I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two.
¡Ah, carajo! Lo que fue lo que buscar.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two.
Aplaudible. Ah, chinga.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free.
Bien. Vámonos a continuar con la historia. Venga. A ver. Estábamos... Ah, sí, voy a ir a lo del tren. Recogemos esto. Ah, que ya lo puedo hacer desde allá. Genial. Este es de la cuenta secundaria, seguramente.
Time for more
Welcome to the...
Sí, es de la cuenta secundaria. Dejo las cosas aquí. Puedo matar otro, venga. Llevo con yuca. Debe irme a la cuenta principal.
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
sacred name. Fortune preserve.
HKR.
Take a break.
Bienvenido al árbol de Vir. HKR.
How
Dice.
tiresome.
No mames, me spoileaste la Catherine de Snezhnaya.
Let's test my hypothesis.
Cleanup sequence.
¿La Catherine de Snezhnaya?
Preparing for dust up.
Go.
¡Ah!
Come on, keep up.
No diga mamada, Mary Jane. ¿Dónde está ese güey?
Ultimatum protocol. Defensive mode engaged.
We are right. Opening box of a dead cyclist.
Ah.
Take a break.
HKR. Dice. ¿Cómo cuánto se tarda en llegar a los dominios de Odette si decido leer el texto de la misión?
Los dominios de Odette. Hasta acá. Hasta aquí el teatro. A la mierda, es bastante. Pero no está tan lejos. La verdad es que no está tan lejos. Pero sí te vas a aburrir un poco. La neta es que sí te vas a aburrir. Ah, mira, ya salieron las pinches plantitas. Voy a hacerlas de una vez.
Come on, keep up. Pick up the pace.
Que hay enemigos. Venga,
Preparing for
te
dust
los llevo con yuca.
HKR. Dice. Y ya desbloqueaste al viajero Cryo.
Ya tengo hasta la espada. Ya tengo R5. Ahorita te lo enseño, pero en esta cuenta no la tengo. O sea, te la dan por historia, así que no hay tanto rollo. La consigues por historia y te la dan nivel 90 ya. No tienes que subir nada.
relation shattered.
Take a break. Come on, keep up. Pick up the pace. Take a break.
Cristóbal Gamer. Bienvenido al árbol de Bird. Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Eso sería verdad si fuera a pagar los $100 XD, pero yo me compraré la estándar en PS5.
¿Eh? Ah. Ah.
Come on, keep up. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Lo que me escribiste.
Sí, pero habla sin contexto, cabrón.
Take a break.
Pues me quedé así de que, ¿qué carajo está hablando Cristóbal?
Pelle Popo.
Ya
Bienvenido
no
al árbol
entendí
de
de
Bird.
qué era, bro. Ay, el papá de los Hilichur. El mamá Hilichur.
Ultimatum protocol.
También mamadísimo.
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Here, boy.
Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome.
No, el traspasa escudo, genial, ¿oh?
Come on, keep up. How tiresome.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Igual ni el GTA V lo compre si solo lo tengo porque lo regalaron, si como pecerdo, como dice el otro, todo lo que sea de empresas multimillonarias se piratea XD.
No lo sé. Tú dime, Rick, parece falso.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Y Nintendo no se compra, se emula XD.
Tenemos un amigo muy pirata.
Take a break.
Mi amigo Cristóbal es muy pirata. Es tan pirata que le comieron la cola cuando era niño.
HKR. Dice. Yo pirateo hasta el YouTube.
Yo pirateo hasta el YouTube.
Orders received.
Cristóbal Gamer.
Take a break.
Dice. Digamos que juegos comprados solo tengo un par, por no decir ninguno XD.
Bueno, pero es que en la etapa en la que estás tú, Cristóbal, no te lo puedes pagar, ¿vale? Entiendo. Entiendo que lo tengas que piratear, ¿vale? Normal. Yo también lo hice.
Come on, keep up.
En la etapa que yo estoy yo, ya no tiene sentido. Claro, no tiene sentido si lo vas a jugar multijugador. Si lo vas a jugar offline, pues bueno. Entendido. Por ejemplo, son juegos que me gustan mucho. Por ejemplo, los de Resident Evil sí los compro. Todos los he comprado. Desde que tengo la posibilidad de pagarlos, todos los he comprado. Y día uno, todos. Mierda, me salieron los parientes de Norman.
Wheel of Life.
¡Alocha, tus parientes!
How tiresome. break.
Uy, carne para llevar. Pégale para que lleve.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Si igual el GTA 6 si pudiera piratearlo no dudaría en hacerlo XD.
Es un sinvergüenza, es lo único que sé.
Defensive mode engaged.
Sacred name. Fortune preserve.
Dog eat dog!
Annihilation mode.
Let's test my hypothesis. Take a break.
Installation chamber.
One down! Down! Here, boy! Gotcha!
Come on, keep up.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Si imagínate que el State of Decay que jugué contigo lo jugué pirata prácticamente XD.
Ay.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
¿Lo compraste?
Life
No,
goes on.
Cristóbal, yo he enterado. Me pudieron haber baneado por tu culpa, weón.
Dog eat dog!
Come on, keep up. What a joke.
Oh, goodness me!
Take a break.
Lo peor de todo es que te da orgullo, puñeta.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Y ni idea por qué te deja conectarte a Xbox, pero la versión que descargue hasta te deja hacer eso. Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Pero como me funcionó lo jugué así XD.
Tenemos un amigo pirata. Mira estas flores. Que las pide mucho también la forja.
How tiresome.
Acá.
Annihilation mode.
Wheel of life.
One down!
Take a break. Certainly went out of your way for this, didn't you? It's all yours.
Listo. Todas.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Mañana ya podría subir a mi Oudet al 90 aunque me falta subirle los talentos un poco.
No, los talentos ya los tengo todos subidos prácticamente.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Es que yo apenas llegué a Snezhnaya con 2 lunas XD.
Pero si yo no tengo tanta luna, cabrón. Lo que pasa es que yo farmeo. ¿Tú por qué no farmeas ni mierda?
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
Good. Here, boy.
Ultimatum protocol.
A spot of tea time entertainment. Come on, keep up.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Pero tú llegaste con 14 lunas y ahora ¿cuántas tienes?
Vengo 11, creo que tengo, nada más. No he gastado tantas. Lo que pasa es que yo guardaba mi resina, puñeta. Yo hice mucha resina y mucho dinero y mucho, ¿cómo se llama? Mucho ahorro. De mora y de libros.
Fortune preserve.
Ya no seguí sacando libros. Ya no seguí sacando set para los personajes.
Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
Sigorin, fetch!
Ultimatum protocol.
Take a break.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Pero yo no he farmeado Nora ni libros, solo jefes.
Por eso. Tampoco he farmeado los personajes. Yo he estado matando. Con este llevo ya 3 días casi matando monstruos. Mira, yo tengo un chingo de esto. Este me falta el jefe.
Cristo
¿no?
Valgamer. Dice. Ahí te gastaste 6 lunas y ahora solo te quedan 8.
Esta es la cuenta secundaria, muchacho, no es la primaria. No he gastado lunas. Si acaso gasté 2, 3 exageradamente. Y fueron en jefes. Odette, y ya está. No he gastado más lunas. Me parece que yo estoy pendientísimo de mi resina. La gasto cuando debe ser. Iría más rápido si no tuviera cosas que hacer fuera del mundo.
All the light shines bright. Light compel.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Pero a mí no se me ha llenado.
Surge. A moonlit night for all.
You got this. Behold the dawn.
The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Pero tú, Odette, ¿a qué nivel está?
80. 80 con nivel 7, creo, en las dos habilidades. 7-5, 7-6, algo así, no recuerdo. Y no tiene ser porque no lo he buscado. Que todavía no me ha dado nivel. Que no me ha dado, ahora sí que no me ha dado tiempo. Farmearle set. Yo la estoy subiendo nada más.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Ah, igual tú tienes el pase de ahí, sácate algún libro.
Pero ¿cómo voy a sacar libros si no estás viendo que son de la nueva región?
Cristo Valgamer.
Salieron hasta que se liberó
Dice,
la región.
¿de talentos o no?
¿Cómo voy a tener talentos si está viendo que son de la región? Pedazo inteligente. Vamos a decir burro.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Sí, pues sí, también te da de los nuevos o no.
No. Además, acuérdate que yo nunca libero el pase hasta el último día. Faltando una semana. O sea que no tengo esa ventaja, pues. Quizá lo tenga en el siguiente personaje. El siguiente sí. Como la Boyanitza probablemente y la otra sí. Pero ahorita no. ¿Qué falta? Mañana. Forjar. Ir a la forja. Forja aquí.
Come on, keep up.
No, le es al Yoshi el que está hablando con él. Ya. Me decía algo de Leosha, pero no sé qué cosa.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Aunque si yo tengo ya las 4 piezas así random para que me activara el set.
No vale la pena. Esto de a medias no me gusta. Ah, ya sé que me falta. Me están haciendo falta las otras cosas.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. ¿Pero qué set le pusiste o la dejaste sin set?
Puse uno random. Nivel alto. Hoy es viernes, ¿cierto? Ah, mañana lo hago. Vámonos. Vámonos a la cuenta principal para hacer el lore. Ya la farmé. Es que le estaba dando durísimo al modo del otro juego, al del otro, el del burro, que es durísimo. Yo pensé que iba a estar fácil ese nuevo modo de juego que metieron. Diablo, para estar duro. Y no duro porque sea imposible, sino porque haz de cuenta que te liberan en una zona y es como una especie de RPG donde vas subiendo de nivel. Vas consiguiendo artefactos, vas creando, vas mejorando. Mierda, güey, pero hay unos monstruos que están durísimos, loco. Hay unos que me han metido 2 golpes y me mandan a la dormir, güey. Yendo con equipo rango S, güey. A veces sí lo mato, por ejemplo, y hay uno que te está cazando. Hay uno que se llama el lobo no sé qué y te anda cazando, güey. Para hacer jodido el pinche lobo, güey.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Ve cuántas te quedan.
Te dije que tengo como 11. No sé cuántas tengo. Aquí. Tengo 9. Tenía yo como 11 cuando empecé. 11, 12, algo así.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. 14.
Right
No, no
here,
tenía 14.
Right now, right here.
Guys,
snowflakes. What a joke. Take a break. How tiresome.
Dios. Ya hay plantitas de nuevo, venga. Ah, son las ignora. ¿Ya viste esa pendejada? Que dicen que según si vienes con columina se escucha la voz de si donde está cantando, están cantando, weón. Como en el tráiler. Se mamaron con esa onda, weón.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Pontela. Cristóbal Gamer.
Ah, pero primero vamos a
Dice.
llegar acá.
Es verdad.
De hecho, te hago un logro por llevar a la madre esa ahí a donde va. Ella esa por ahí está, mira. Ah, es la segunda vez que que lo hago, creo, y me dieron el cofre. No sabía que daba un cofre. O creo que lo hice en la otra cuenta, no recuerdo. Trajeron un chingo de... Ah, sí, te deja un montón de
Cristóbal Gamer.
cristalóptero.
Dice. Sí, pero mira que canta de verdad.
Take a break.
No, lo mató.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. O quizás ya no porque se fue la música.
Qué guapo, loco.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Así.
Y si canta. Ah, hasta ahí se quedó. Muy bien. Mira, acá hay flores. Aunque no sé cuántas me faltan, pero bueno.
How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Let's begin.
Fine. Let's do this.
Emerge. Right now. Life goes on. Opening box of Adeptitrix. Take a break.
Oh, chingas, hermano.
Right here. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever.
No, dice Cristóbal, no quita daño, no hace daño elemental de...
Orders given. Orders
No hace
received.
daño del otro. No, no va a hacer daño, pues. Además te metes 200.000 de un putazo si te pendeja. No, no hace daño ese elemento, dice Cristóbal. Eo.
Together. Big mistake. No, Swans. Correct.
¿Cuánto puede meter la reacción? Dice, no mete nada, ¿no?
Take a break.
32.000, 97.000, a la puta madre, no mete nada. Dice. No, no mete nada, dice. Hasta 100.000 le he visto en un crítico. ¿Dónde crees? Dice, es una basura, dice. Basura mi huevo.
Cristóbal Gamer
Ay, mierda, me caigo.
dice. ¿Cómo?
La llave cuando hace reacción mete 100.000 de un putazo.
Cristóbal Gamer dice. Yo te decía de ya.
Por eso. ¿Quién carajo crees que te estoy diciendo?
Come on, keep up. Let's begin. Sacred name, fortune preserve. Emerge right now.
84.000 de un putazo. No, si no mete daño. 84.000 no mete daño. Si ¿dónde cree para qué sirve el ulti? No mete daño. Dice, no, no, no. Dice, no. Ya es una basura. Dice.
Cristóbal Gamer dice. Pero eso es la elemental.
Crystalline adagio. A sight to behold.
Ah, se murió el perro antes de meterle la ulti. También lo hace con la ulti, hermano. Le digo porque ya lo vi. Mete 100.000 de un putazo, le mete. Nada más uno, ¿para qué quieres más? 100.000. Más lo que acumules con la otra. Bueno, vamos a dónde? Al lore. Vamos al lore, vamos al lore. ¿Cuántas tengo? A ver, ya debería tener suficientes flores. Estoy ahí para recoger. Mierda, que son 60, weón. Faltan un chingo.
Take a break. Pick up the pace.
So we're doing this the hard way.
Este personaje me encanta, weón.
Pirouette.
Pinche furro, lo hicieron bonito, weón. Y hay un enemigo que es furro de esos, Cristóbal, igualita a esta.
Orders given. Orders received.
Por ahí lo encontré. Es un
No,
boss.
Swans. Correct. How tiresome.
Como de Electro, la tipa, algo así. Ah, guapa, ya la vi, pega bien rico esa cabrona, weón.
Take a break.
Ah, esta es la casita que te decía yo, Chris. Espérate, deja primero, voy a recoger lo que tengo que recoger y luego vemos Te enseño el truco de la casita.
Rev the engines!
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Fueron 11.000 lo que te metió la alta y una mierda XD.
Que no le pegué, muchacho. No hizo reacción porque ya estaba muerto. Al fuego otra vez.
Try and stop me!
Entiéndete.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Pero lo vi cuando me dijiste antes. Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. 11.216 te metió.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Y 14.400 los 5 golpes. Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Lo que viste de 100k fue la elemental.
Puede decir que sí.
The rewards of an adventure worth
Bueno,
remembering.
ya está. Agarré eso que tenía que agarrar. Y no estaba el otro acá. ¿A dónde la boyanitza?
Try and stop me!
Ah, mierda, me activó el...
Whoa, that made me jump. Why did so many little animals suddenly scurry over? The voice seems to be my ears. They're ringing non-stop. Should I jump down? Who knows what sort of trouble could be waiting? Hello?
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Si quieres te hago un clip para que lo veas.
More unsettling. But what exactly is down there? Well, there might be trouble. Might as well take a look. If I encounter any... Just my luck. This is the same singing as before.
No quiero activar lo de la boyanitza. Después lo activo. Ya he olvidado que esta mierda está lejos.
Rise with the sun.
Cierto que no sé
Lauti.
dónde está la...
Bienvenido al árbol de Bird.
Yeah.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. ¿Viste el tráiler de Doomsday?
Rev the engines.
Doomsday. ¿Cuál Doomsday? No, no vi si había alguno nuevo.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. https www.youtube.com/belarus hectómetros 8.
Yo te lo veo.
Bring it.
Salió otro más. Ya ni los quiero ver, güey, porque prácticamente te spoilean toda la puta película, güey.
Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Este ya no es teaser, es trailer.
Mierda, me caigo. Me tiró.
Light up the blazing sun. Rev the engines. Incinerate.
Ah, sombra, what the fuck.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
No, no voy a acabar. Mañana me voy a hacer el evento, todo lo que tenga que hacer del evento. Ah, pero querías que viera lo del Doomsday, ¿no? Aguanta.
Víctor siempre era el hombre más listo en donde estuviera.
Apenas 2 minutos.
You all miss the good times.
Víctor siempre era el hombre más listo en donde estuviera. Antes era diferente. Antes era amable y afectuoso.
¡Gambito!
Y un día, todo lo que amaba le fue arrebatado. Sabía que se había perdido, pero nunca me di cuenta de que se había roto.
Víctor, ¿tú hiciste esto? Todos ustedes han vivido vidas robadas. Pero Pero ahora tienen que devolverlas. ¡Contéstame, Víctor! ¿Tú hiciste esto? Te lo juro, suplicarás ir al infierno mucho antes de que te envíen. El infierno me obedece a mí. Pues yo soy Doom.
Mierda, levantó a los... Bastante loco, ¿no?
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Ojalá esté buena y arregle los cagazos que se han mandado luego de Endgame.
Pero cuál cagada de Endgame, si lo hicieron bien, weón. A mí Endgame me pareció buena película, no me pareció una cagada. En fin, cada quien tiene su punto de vista.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. No lo que salió después.
Pues hasta ahorita me han parecido... han estado explorando. Pero vamos a ver, cállate, Cristóbal. Ahí estamos, Yanitza.
Miss Vodyanitsa, prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe. What a surprise meeting you here. Will you be sitting in on a session of the Vetcha?
Sorry, I'm not taking interviews today. Oh, good, you're here. The session's about to begin. Let's get it.
Please wait, Miss Vodyanitsa. Could you introduce me to your new friend?
Ah, qué culo, no se lo quiso presentar, weón. Qué mala onda la Boyanitza, weón.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Ahí vuelvo.
Ok.
In summary, the energy management commitments made for the outgoing period have been delivered upon. Furthermore, both the production and consumption of Kresnik Crystal, the relevant agencies have assessed the present circumstances and determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant increase in people's
Leidan
energy
Cross.
expenses,
Bienvenido al árbol de Vir. Leidan Cross. Dice. Buenas noches.
We should have every confidence that it will be dealt with swiftly and conclusively. A financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantalone.
They cover the same old ground every single time. There's a general lack of trust. People aren't seeing any tangible benefits that affect them directly. Of course,
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the kvass. Ever read it?
if I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit. You have to sell from stalls on the street.
Okay then. Best-selling street stall newspaper in town.
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further substantive.
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces and their dependents favorably. But recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have
Leidan
access to
Cross
15% less.
dice,
It's been said many times
está muy
before,
bonita la
but it bears
bodianitza.
repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale.
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency exists only. You appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of production and population. So what about when the... And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing...
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability. That seems to be a running theme in the anti-Project Stuja cohort. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuja continues.
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding a solution?
On the contrary, I'm the only one here.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regrator struck back with style and a war of words ensued. Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you
La
support?
cara de la bodianitza.
The people have spoken. Child received raucous applause from the crowd as he pushed.
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing... So surely, their relationship can't always have been this strained.
You two are getting off topic.
Mr. Pantalone, may I...
Oh, please do. I'm more than happy to save my breath.
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal be... But I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, the most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning, and give clear to make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good.
Renowned scholar of finance, Arapov spoke up to clarify the fiscal logic, clearly alluding to social organizations like the Rokot in his words. With the notorious Lelex still active to this day, should the Rokot be held responsible? No,
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he accuses of taking no responsibility. As for Lilac, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently the most famous member of the Ending Project Stuja has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are... So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get people to change their vote.
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of Lelec's methods? Are you for or against? Well, whatever the story is, his actions benefit us all.
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue
Leidan
myself.
Cross
I
dice,
think it would be easiest
si
to
no
let
me
the
sale
Fatui
Odet
handle
saco a
it. Since
Bodianitza.
they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway, we may as well get them to collect some data while they're at it. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision,
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander Vesna for The Commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuja. However, given the Druzhna's demanding workload, I'm afraid it may prove difficult for them to provide any practical support.
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower, time sensitivity, and reporting lines. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new motion for...
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official reports. In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area. Would these be
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Svietloidovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation, the The energy consumption statistics also yield.
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's headquarters to corroborate it, no one will be able to fool me.
Very well, then. It appears that...
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving treatment for Fatui. Today, the prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnaya in the company of a dashing young man. The question on all our—
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe. Got it?
Now then, if there are no further contributions from those present...
Hey, check it out! What made him vote against?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stooge...
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again. Chuganov was a huge loss.
I'll bet Lelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella will respond this time.
Chuganov. I see. Lelek's...
Yes. Go, Lelek. Once Project Stooja is defeated, our unwavering support at Bring Out the Kvass will finally pay off when we make our comeback. I can...
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stooja will remain in effect. We debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. Make the session...
Okay.
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting... Well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business and political elites, as we heard, Project Stooja is basically just a resource distribution free. But even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. The extra demand from the public would have to be... I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy consumption at the Iskra manufacturing plant. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to halt production and submit to an investigation. But that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vetcha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, he's a very... I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole thing was complete. Rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stooja. At least that way, no one else would be able to make any money either, because all the factories would... But now, he's already voted against it, which means someone must have used more forceful means to change his vote. Yeah, no one knows why Lelek is so obsessed with ending Project Stooja, but by the looks of it, he's inching closer and closer.
Lelek must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Maybe he knows the full truth of Project Stooja. Maybe my next step should be to focus on him.
Oh, right. What are your plans for the rest?
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political enthusiast.
Greetings, Harbingers. I just happened to have some free time today, and my new friend here thought it might be fun to check out the...
Ah, Odette must have introduced you. Looks like you two are
I'll leave you to catch up. I should head back to the troop.
Sure. Break a leg, and... Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kicks and giggles. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. To others, no one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelek? Then I'm sure his days of anonymity are numbered.
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler actually manages to expose Lelik, in return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned.
My thoughts exactly. Sharing is caring, after all. Head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelik. It's easier to just pull the records than go through the rig—
As you command,
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway, I'll have someone brew a pot of black tea.
One common thread among the many incidents Lelik has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share any real information about him. His modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the crime scenes ever yield any so all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected. They don't give us a lot to go on.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's versed in counter-surveillance.
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and influential people who take their personal security very seriously. Somehow, Lelik slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitnesses, nor the slightest trace of a break-in. If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far, but the thought is enough to scare these people sleepless. It's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time, so they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, no one's found— Careful, don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably find it hard not to blow my cover.
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelik being human. It's just, there can only be a handful of people in all of Teyvat who'd fit the profile. Faye, on the other hand, plenty would have—
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with a little weaker than me. There's no denying that Master is strong, but meticulous. We can only—
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting fixated on who's stronger than who.
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion, anyway.
Odette? Yeah, that seems about right.
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low. But yeah, much more accurate than—
No, wait a moment. Maybe we should interrogate that assumption.
What do you mean? Which—
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it—
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already know where the Fatui will be and when. So she could choose the— Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Still, what reason could Odette possibly have for trying to call off—
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. She knows Odette best. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggles with Odette. As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot better with children than Rosaline. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So I suppose there were at least no lifelong regrets left behind. Beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But I do know that Odette the reason being, her father passed away during the early— That was back before it had been named Project Stuzha, when things were still being worked out. But in essence, it's remained the same ever since.
Huh. The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close. We had tea together—
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a fatus and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. But the truth, after her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. She broke her leg during a performance and could never— Odette was only interested in ballet at the time. but this tragedy left the family with both breadwinners gone. Per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be appropriately accommodated. So, regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's livelihood. In the end, the solution they agreed—
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess. In that sense, still, she must have had mixed feelings about it, right? If she doesn't even like the Fatui—
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive for Odette to become Lelik, it holds up. That said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now, or what her conflict with Rosaline was about. Plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not much point in
Yeah, back to Lelik. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, we've got nothing to lose by trying a new angle. Funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Unfortunately, thanks to this Lelik, which means you can go in my place. No point wasting the ticket. Plus, you'll get to meet Tonya.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations. Though it hasn't been performed, but Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a return to the stage. Excitement is through the roof.
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, it's not really my kind of thing, but since she's my little—
I've actually seen it several times before. The story's pretty straightforward. The lead character follows a trail of clues. It's a tale of love and regret. Sonatic, but when that classic melody kicks in and the lead character begins to dance. Not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform this piece, but I'm not sure she's really ready.
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelik, we should wait until her performance is over. I'll let you take it from here, comrade.
Bueno, ahora resulta que de la nada Odette es la mala, ¿no? Hijo de puta. Ha estado trabajando para ustedes desde cuántos años y ahora es la mala, ¿no? En 2 segundos se volvió la mala, ¿no? Hijos de puta, güey.
Pick up the pace.
Hello again.
Sounds like you made a ton of progress today. Next step is to head back to the theater and get a clear answer from Odette. Either way, Paimon doesn't get the sense that she's a bad person. Sure, she might have done some pretty extreme things, but maybe this is going too far, but like, with everything she's managed to do so far, wouldn't it make more sense in theory? Why leave a letter when she could, well, we know there are plenty of other ways to keep people in line, so if it is her, she's got some principles at least. Yeah! Well, all you can do is follow the facts wherever they lead. No change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about yesterday? Paimon feels like, oh, hearing you talk about your day makes Paimon itch for an adventure.
Yeah, I wish you could be there too. I'm not used to adventuring alone, but...
Guess it's just one of those things.
If Odette is Lelik, she may well have her father was involved with the project's early implementation. And it's hard to imagine she could have gotten this far without knowing anything at all about when she spoke to us as a member of the Fatui. How much did she let on? Only time will tell.
Hey look! It's snowing! Could be a tough day ahead.
Vale, a partir de aquí empieza lo bueno, ¿no, Cristóbal? Pum.
You're back! Paimon's been working on the crossword. Oh, shoot! Paimon for...
Take a break, pick up the pace. Come on, keep up.
Ah, vale, entramos con el viajero. Sé que viene algo.
Ooh, and sure, here to see Odette? I just need to... Perfect. Thank you. I'll hold on to you. I think I'll leave the Lelic question until after the show's over. Then... Child said he was originally going to come with Tonya. Is there anyone here who looks like a Tonya? Let's see. Mr. Chuganov's back again by the looks of it. Oh, and is that Mitya? And that Fatui officer, Valeri. Guess he must be playing cat and mouse with me. Oh no. It looks like the show's starting and I still haven't found Tonya.
Members of the audience, I'm a staff member here at the theater. Today's performance was a very special one for us, as it marks the first attempt to commemorate this occasion. We would love to take a group photo of the cast, crew, and audience members present.
All right, everyone, huddle in a little more.
La otra la.
Look at the camera. One.
¿Cuándo salió este güey ahí?
Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Energy Scientist? I rather hope you don't have any other escape plans to...
What are you talking about, Sarge? This was simply my way of inviting you, and wasn't the performance spectacular? In the future, I heartily encourage you to take a leave.
It was indeed a fine performance, but I must correct you on one point. This is not time.
Working hours and non-working hours are just a social construct. Human technology can never advance. Already? I mean, I was kinda hoping to soak. Off we go then, Sarge. Back to the land of working hours. Lead the way.
That has to be her. She's the only person in the audience around Excuse me. Are you... Huh? Your brother's busy today, so I took his ticket. Don't worry about him. He's fine.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? Are you sick?
No, I'm fine.
Maybe she caught a cold on the way here because of the weather.
I haven't seen snow like this in a long, long time. It's
I know. It's completely white out there. You can barely see a thing.
Let's wait it out for now. You'd be lucky not to freeze to death in this weather, let alone find your way.
Well, look at that. Maybe...
Let's wait and see.
Why do you need to take it so seriously? Fate has given us this wonderful chance to take a break.
Come to think of it, there's a small inn not far from here that always keeps plenty of extra blankets. I know the route well. Shall I head over and borrow a few blankets? That way, anyone in a hurry can wrap up warm for the journey back. Just remember to return them next time.
Sir, there's really no need...
Hey, it's no trouble at all. Wait here, I'll be...
What a kind gentleman. Very good. My wife and daughter are waiting for...
So... Are you expecting us to go back to the Armory Palace wrapped in blankets too?
Don't worry about that. I made arrangements in advance. Should I not return to the Armory Palace within 3.5 hours after Operation Showtime begins, they will escort us back. You are one of our key military personnel, so...
Operation Showtime? So, wait. I gotta say, you've really turned this into quite a moral dilemma for me.
It's snowing pretty hard out there. I think you should stay here for now.
Sure. My brother might come pick me up and...
Time to get to work. I should head backstage and find Odette. I need to look her in the eye and...
Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Ah, a fan, I'm guessing? Today is just a dress rehearsal, so Miss Odette won't be meeting with fans. She's taking a well-earned rest right now. Sorry, but that area is currently off limits to everyone except the cast and crew.
Bad timing, I guess. Well, I might as well stick around.
What happened to the gentleman who went to fetch the blankets? How has he still not...
I was thinking the same thing. It's still snowing very hard.
Whatever the reason for his delay, I must say I hate nothing more than people who make empty promises and fail to deliver. Well, I have to treat my employees like that on occasion, but that...
You seem anxious, Mr.
It's been nearly 4 hours since I left the armory. The army should have arrived to extract us by now. They know how much I despise tardiness and disrupted plans. There's simply no reason that they shouldn't have shown up by now.
Surely a snowstorm like this one counts as such.
Few things in this world can stop the Snezhnayan army, Mr. Mitya. And a snowstorm is certainly not one of them.
Why don't you go out and take a look? They might be right outside, waiting for your orders before they dare...
An absurd hypothesis. I have no intention of leaving your side for even a moment.
This doesn't look like an ordinary snowstorm to me. That guy who left earlier. It looked like he just vanished into thin air. Either that, or my eyes were playing tricks.
A man-eating snowstorm? Come on. Night hasn't even fallen yet. Spare us the ghost story.
Traveler, didn't know you were coming today. How come you didn't say anything? Oh, right. I assumed you were looking for me in Vodenitsa. Whoa, that's quite a snowstorm out there. I've been working backstage this whole time. so I didn't even notice.
Is weather like this rare, even in...
Yeah, snow like this. I'm sure I've seen it out in the wild before, but never in the city. Actually, I take that back. I don't think I've seen snow this bad even in the wild. This is something...
If even Alosha thinks snow like this isn't normal, could it have anything to do with that?
We can't stay cooped up here forever. Someone needs to go out and take a look. No need. I have plenty of experience with snowstorms. Besides, I work here while you're an audience member.
Dudo que se quiera quedar el viajero.
Everyone by the door. Careful not to let the snow soak into your shoes. In a snowstorm, you gotta look after your toes above all else.
Heading out, my man? Be careful. I've been told...
Thanks for the advice. I am planning to be careful.
He's back! He's back! How was it?
Did you see any soldiers patrolling?
Something about this storm isn't right. There's no one out there. I didn't see a single soul. And this isn't your average snowstorm. I suspect it might be related to recent events in our nation. I strongly advise everyone to stay here until this...
Are you serious? So all of us are trapped here now? That sounds a little far.
You want to go outside and see? I, for one, am not risking my neck in that weather.
This just turned from a minor delay into a major hassle.
We can only hope that our friend who went to fetch the blankets just ditched us and went home.
Is it really that bad? But my daughter, I won't be able to read her a bedtime story tonight.
Huh? What are you all still doing here? Whoa! So now we're stuck here? Oh, this is terrible. On the bright side, the theater's always well stocked with supplies. If the snow still doesn't let up as we... At least, I assume that's alright? Fine by me.
This seems like a sensible backup plan on...
What are you staring outside and praying for, my man? You anxious to get home too?
Oh, your majesty the Tsaritsa, I beg you. This is a golden opportunity to spend the night under the same roof as the two tops.
I think I've changed my mind. Sir, if you so much as look at us funny, you'll be seeing stars in a whole other way.
It's getting colder. We need to keep the indoor temperature up. Close the door and lock it tight. Let's head somewhere warmer.
Nocturno de las almas de Punta Verga. El cuarto descendido es el hijo de puta. Tonia. Un viajero, yo el cuarto descendido. Un viajero de más allá de las estrellas. Sin vergüenza, dice.
And then there's the aristocrats. Easiest of all to deal with. You don't need to use any force whatsoever. All you have to do is... because nothing horrifies them more than the thought of a cheap, coarse rope leaving creases on their precious million Mora coat. They'll do whatever you ask to avoid that fate.
Unexpected.
Well, look at that. I got myself a new listener. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. The name's Shram, and I'm a mercenary.
And I am Chuganov, an entrepreneur. If my name is unfamiliar to you, you will...
Are you really that famous, Mr. Chuganov? How come I've never heard your name before?
Excuse me? Is that a joke?
Oh, I'll have to ask my rope later. He's probably tied up more entrepreneurs.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Sorry to worry you.
Child must take great care of his sister. He's never mentioned Tonia's illness.
You know, I actually felt stuck in a strange place thanks to a snowstorm. Having to spend the night with a bunch of interesting characters. It's... exactly. It's like one of those stories where an ordinary school trip turns into a magical adventure. I've always wanted something like that to happen in real life. I'm fine.
Look after yourself. Otherwise, you're...
My husband has major trust issues. To him, I doubt even this snowstorm.
That's the price of marrying into wealth. You'll get used to it. I'm not about to stop you if you want to leave. But don't, hello?
I don't think it's ever been this lively backstage before. I didn't know you were Hey, have you seen Chuganov? I heard he was coming today. Have you...
I'm with you. This could be just the chance we need.
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to coax some more intel out of him. I want to know why he suddenly changed his stance on Project...
For the Rokad, or just out of personal interest?
Shh! There are other people around.
This is highly irregular. A delay of over an hour during an operation like this theoretically warrants a...
Sarge, the day you learn to let go and just enjoy moments like this is the day you'll finally understand the meaning of life. Why, hello, sir. I believe you were the one sitting at a nearby table back at Podvor. Any friend of the theater's star performers is a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mitya from the Energy Commission.
Greetings. Major Valeri, head of the Special Assignments Battalion. Armory Palace Royal Grenadier Guards, I am here to ensure Mr. Mitya's personal safety. Please let me know if I can be of any assistance.
Mr. Traveler, I cannot help but notice that Miss Odette is stealing glances at me. I've racked my brains, but I can't think of anything I might have done to offend her. Perhaps she noticed me spacing out during her performance? What? You mean I really did do something to upset her?
So, Mr. Mitia, is your work—
Yes, that's right. The higher-ups in the Fatui transferred me from the Energy Commission to the Armory Palace because they... Really? I can't even talk about that? Pretty sure it counts as part of my private life. All right, I won't say anything. Sorry, Traveler. As you can see, I'm afraid that...
I have to say, even though today was a rehearsal and there were some hiccups along the way, Miss Odette's...
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Especially considering the weight of the subject matter. Do you think we were coming on too strong? Odette's ignoring us again.
What about you? What did you think of today's performance? Oh my, that's very flattering of you. I'll make sure to save a ticket for you when the show's
This doesn't seem like the time or place to bring up the subject of Lelik. I need a chance to speak—
So unfair. Talk about
And now it looks like I've been— You know Mitia too?
No, I don't. I just... How's it looking, Alosha?
No change from this afternoon. Heavy snow with no sign of...
May I have your attention, please? The storm is unlikely to stop. We at the theater owe everyone here a duty of care. Therefore, in a few short moments, we'll give you a tour of the theater's various quarters. You can choose to sleep in the VIP room, the office, or backstage.
I'll pass on sleeping on the stage. What if the snow is stopped by tomorrow morning? The early birds in the audience might think we're part of some experimental...
A drama about sleeping? That could be fun. Maybe we could come up with a title for the production.
What? Anyone who doesn't wish to sleep on the stage, please follow me.
I guess I'll call it a night. Though I feel like I won't sleep very well without Paimon here. I'm sure she'll be worried that I haven't made it back yet. But as long as she looks... I wonder if she's feeling any better yet. At least she hasn't been getting any work.
Ah, finally. Welcome back to the world of the living, lazy bones. I was about to wake you. The black mist is almost on us. Still waking up, huh? You know, the black mist. It's been chasing us from below ever since we were born. You're just dozy. There's no way Come on, let's keep heading up. Onwards and upwards is the only way to survive. Don't listen to a word
Here we go again. The endless...
What's going on? That black mist down there is creeping me out. And it's rising. Yes,
The black mist cultists believe that being swallowed by the black mist leads to everlasting peace. But if you ask me, they're just lying to themselves. We're the only heretics left. The only ones who refuse to give in. We have to keep going.
But how do you actually know that they're wrong?
Dangerous question there, Torgov. The moment your faith wavers, you start a chain reaction that ends in the collapse of your will. Put the question out of your mind. Stay strong and believe that the black mist means certain death.
Okay, but it's not my mind that's the problem. My body's about to give up on me. It's already starting to falter.
I can't do this anymore. I've had enough of being forever on...
All this will pass eventually, I promise. Keep fighting. It will be worth it.
You accuse the Black Mist cultists of being liars. But you're lying too. There is no end to this path.
The cult of the Black Mist has poisoned your mind, Sobolova. Are you thinking of giving up as well?
I am. I think I'll take my chances with the...
As much as I detest the Black Mist cultists.
Then I bid you both farewell. Let me put my personal opinions aside for a moment and say, I hope that you both... Fate always appears so impossibly complicated. Their fate was sealed from the instant they entertained doubt. From then on, the outcome was both in... Torgov and Sobolova are gone. I never thought the day would come when even they would be swallowed by the black mist. It's just you and me now. Yes, it looks like it's satisfied. This happens from time to time. But it won't be long before the black mist starts chasing survivors once again. No one... Well, we should make the most of the precious moments of rest that those two bought for us. Huh?
What is it, Chuganov?
Is it morning already? Sounds like it's coming from next door.
Don't look, Miss Tonya. Okay.
What happened to them?
These two people have passed away. And the strange thing is that somehow... Have I seen this moment before? Or did I have some kind of premonition?
Let me take a look. No vital signs in either of them. The cause of death, however, remains unclear. No wounds on the bodies. No signs of a struggle.
But just last night, they were chatting and joking.
Could they have had pre-existing medical conditions? Even then, the odds of them both dying of sudden
It's hard to believe that they died of natural causes. Nor does this appear to be a suicide. Who was the first to discover the bodies?
It was me. But these deaths have nothing to do with me, officer. I got up early because I want... Then I noticed that the door to this room was open, and it looked like there was a man and woman inside.
I can corroborate this. I was doing my morning exercises near the stage. When I saw Mr. Chuganov heading, I can also confirm that I didn't see a single person approach that room before.
The snowstorm was raging all night, and it's still going now. There's no way someone could...
You mean an intruder? No, not possible. I slept by the door last night as a precaution. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed...
Everyone, split into pairs and search the theater for anyone in hiding, or any signs of suspicious activity. I'll follow up with a full search...
Nothing on your end.
Backstage is clear. No signs of suspicious activity.
We checked the basement. Also clear. I don't think there's anywhere here that a living person could hide.
Are we certain that the theater doesn't have a back door? Or any tunnel or...
No, there's nothing like that. If people were sneaking in through some secret tunnel to avoid buying a ticket, we'd have sealed it off. I also checked the windows. All of them are locked from the inside, and there's no sign of anyone entering or leaving.
It sounds like we can safely rule out the intruder theory. If anyone came in during the night in this weather, there'd be no way for them to avoid leaving footprints or water stains.
This can only mean one thing. It's like one of those murder mysteries you see in novels and plays, isn't it? The ones where the killer is...
We can't quite jump to that conclusion.
Could he be right? It's hard to imagine something said in a theater during a snowstorm. A murder takes place, and the killer is among us.
Looking at who the killer
Cristóbal Gamer.
and the clean entry
Bienvenido
and
al árbol de Bird. Cristóbal Gamer. Dice. Allá llegaste
It all
ahí.
adds up. I know what this is. It's obvious now that I think about it.
What is? What have you figured out?
Both victims were wealthy, well-known local merchants. And the door was deliberately left open, so I would discover the bodies in such ruthless methods.
Lelik?
You mean Lelik is among us? And he's the killer?
Lelik. I know this code name. Member of the Rokot, anti-Project Stuzha. Always works alone. I've read the case files at the Armory. Walk me through your reasoning, Mr. Chuganov.
Yeah, Lelik.
What now, huh? What now, Lelik? What more do you want from me? I already voted against Project Stuzha at the Snezhnaya. You snuck into my house the other day while I was asleep. Left a threatening letter. and I did all that you asked. But Project Stuzha cannot be so...
So, he really was threatened by Lelek.
And now you're resorting to murder to threaten me. Isn't that right? I knew it. The Rokot despises the rich. The lives of the wealthy are... Show yourself! Which one of you is Lelek, Tell me! I'll...
Was this really Lelek's doing? What if Odette really is Lelek? This seems out of character. But I'm probably the only one here with a compelling theory about Lelek's true identity. But if I reveal... What should I do?
I don't think it's likely that Lelek killed, at least from the stories I've heard. He's never killed anyone before, and his name has never come up besides. Even if Lelek did want to threaten you, why resort to such an extreme and roundabout method? It's not his style at all.
Vodyanitsa doesn't know that Lelek might be Odette. But her assessment...
Miss Vodyanitsa, why do you suddenly feel...
Defense? Oh, no, it's just... I'm worried that we're jumping to conclusions here, so I wanted to share my point of view. Also...
Well, if you think I'm so wrong, what's your theory then,
The case is still evolving, Mr. Chuganov. Please do not prevent others from expressing their opinions so early on in the discussion.
Even so, there's no denying that the recent threat received by Mr. Chuganov may well be an important clue.
So there's still a good chance that... I can't do this anymore. I don't care if it's still...
Whoa, take a beat. We all know it's far too dangerous out there. Even the soldiers couldn't get to us. Go out there, and whoever this Lelek is, they're surely not going to murder anyone in broad daylight. Be sensible.
As much as I regret having to say this, I'd like everyone to cooperate and refrain from... because as things stand. Unless anyone has further information to share, let's adjourn for now. Feel free to keep searching for clues.
You seem to be very comfortable taking charge, Major. You took the reins as soon as...
I simply made an executive decision that someone needed to take control of the situation on the military's behalf.
No, quite the opposite. We feel much safer for it. By the way, what does Major...
I still find it hard to believe there's a murderer among us. Just last night, I imagined we were... There's no guarantee that you can trust your classmates. Especially not when you're locked up together.
Why did they do this? Was it...
You're right, that was my bad. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't think it through. Luckily, no one's... Oh.
Since Vodyanitsa and I were on the same page earlier, I think I...
Whoa. Are you serious? I don't know if this counts as gossip, but... Odette? Really? Odette? Oh god, how dumb does this make me look? Lelek has been right under my nose this whole time.
Actually, it's exactly what you'd expect. Sometimes.
And now that you mention it, the more I think, what are we up to now? 1, 2, 3... Odette's identities. She's my coworker, specifically a ballerina, and also a fatous. It must be so exhausting. I just want to give... I guess since I've always known her as a member of the Fatui, it never even crossed my mind that she could be involved with the Rokot. I don't understand. If she's with the Fatui...
Probably best if you ask her that in person.
Well, since you waited until now to bring this up instead of announcing it to everyone earlier, does that mean we're all on the same page here? Yeah. Lelek may not follow orders from the Rokot leadership, but as far as I'm concerned, she's never crossed the line. If anything, we need to confront her.
Do you think she'd really admit to being Lelek?
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. For now, we'll work on the assumption that she didn't kill anyone. Now's her chance. Odette's a... Hey, Odette. Hmm? Shh. Keep your voice down. So, you're Lilac, aren't you? Alright, fine. You don't have to say anything or explain yourself. Just hear me out first. None of us believes you kill innocent people. Whoever murdered those 2 people last night, it wasn't you. The Traveler was the first to figure out your identity, but he kept quiet during the discussion just now. Still, it's clear where the group consensus is heading. Everyone believes Lilac is the culprit. If your identity is exposed, we're your colleagues, and we know what kind of person you are. So, can you clue us in? Tell us everything. The more we know, the more...
All right. Yes, I'm Lilac. And no, I'm not the murderer. And thanks, but I don't need you to cover for me. Actually, I'm planning to reveal my...
Huh? You're gonna reveal that...
That's right. I'll admit I was surprised at first when Chuganov guessed that I was here. It was just a lucky guess, but it got butt after taking some time to assess the situation and confirm where everyone stands. I don't believe I have any...
Are you sure you don't need a... What?!
So...
I don't know what game you're playing, but you've...
It's just one identity. So what if it's exposed? I can disappear and adopt a new identity. I made my peace with this when I chose to become Lilac. But more importantly, I promise I am not the murderer. So, if anyone still insists that I did this, otherwise, I suggest that you bite your tongue. Because if you really believe I killed 2 people without making a sound or...
Is this really the...
That's confidence, all right. I believe...
A real no-nonsense attitude. I can see why Marionette said that she's on track to inherit...
Are you seriously buying this? Hey, officer! She just admitted...
I do have one question, Miss Odette. Why have you chosen this...
If I didn't say anything, everyone would be focusing all their efforts on... And that is exactly what the real culprit wants. I don't want to be the scapegoat who lets the murderer get away with this crime.
Despite all the accusations, she made the smart choice. A remarkable display of rational thinking under pressure. Clearly, Odette's talent...
She thought so far ahead. Why do I always feel like...
You've convinced me. Dealing with the murder case remains the top priority right now. Let's put the name Lilac and all related Nevertheless, the group still considers you the prime suspect. I assume you have no quarrel with that, Miss Odette?
I understand. You're welcome to keep an eye on me around the clock. I have...
Mr. Chuganov?
For my wife and daughter's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now. But don't think you're forgiven for breaking into my house and threatening me.
Good work, Lilac Guard Team. And Lilac, too. Here, have some hot water.
Turns out Valeri knew about my exploits. So now I've been told I...
Shouldn't you be facing my way if you're guarding me? At the moment, it looks more like you're my...
If the true culprit is indeed still at large, as you have claimed, we must keep our...
Don't worry, Tonya. We'll get through this. Once the snow stops, the officials will step in. The investigation will get easier, and then we'll be safe.
Oh, estoy durmiendo.
But... You're gonna miss us, huh? Well, some of us work at the theater, so...
Really, Miss Vodyanitsa? That's awesome!
Aw, you're so... Alright, let's swear to it. I promise to give you the pack.
Promise.
Don't indulge her, Tonia. You don't have to swear an oath.
You really do get carried away sometimes, don't you?
Hey! Mind your own business!
Don't be nervous, Miss Water Imp. Everyone's here. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Excuse me? Do I look...
Hmm? No.
Oh. Wait, but how... Okay, plenty of people know that I'm a water imp, but still... How come...
Primary mode of expression. I've not come across that concept before.
Well, it's just... We water imps tend to communicate our emotions to each other by singing, rather than facial express. The emotions we convey through song take precedence over our facial expressions. So...
I'm impressed, Shram. I didn't take you for a man of culture.
It's not about being cultured or not. The thing is, this mode of expression can usually only be understood by other water imps, and yet, you're clearly...
It's really not the big deal you're making it out to be. I think I just have a knack for it. Plus, I have a... very close friend who's a water imp. Anyway, we spent so much time together that before I knew it, I noticed I could understand her
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, the fact that you have a water imp friend is even more surprising.
Hey, what are you implying? You're not secretly insulting the audience.
Heavens!
It's getting late. We should discuss our sleeping arrangements for tonight.
I suggest that we don't sleep in separate quarters tonight. It will be safer.
As long as someone keeps...
Are you saying that you wish to bet your life on Miss Odette being the...
Nonsense.
Then I propose the following arrangement for tonight. The Traveler, Odette, and I will form the Night Watch. We'll sleep in shifts, but two of us must be awake at any given time.
An excellent idea. This allows us to handle the night watch while also keeping an eye on Lelik. Meanwhile, the rule of taking shifts in pairs resolves the other issue. I expect that plan took you quite some time to come up with, didn't it?
Actually, our field combat manual outlines a similar approach. Although the scenario there involves guarding prisoners overnight during field operations. That being said, I must clarify that I harbor no disrespect towards you personally, Miss Odette. In fact, Lelik's numerous covert operations make fine textbook examples for
I care less about respect and more about the fact that you just robbed me of 2/3 of my sleep tonight. I'm calling dibs on being the first.
Otra vez ahí va el viajero para allá.
It's almost time. We should wake Odette. How are you faring? Oh, not going to argue with that.
It's finally time for Odette and I to share the night watch. I came here to get information from her in the first place.
How long are you gonna keep staring at me? Couldn't sleep. Plus, there's something I've been meaning. I had a hunch that you wanted a conversation, too. Let's take this chance to clear... I just had a simple question for you, really. Rosaline, in her final moments, did she have any last words or anything? I see. No, she was utterly ruthless in pursuing her goals. And yet, even though I never approved of her methods, and she was an abrasive person, the fact remains that I am in debt. Oh, she told you. I guess that makes sense. I think she and Rosaline were on pretty good terms. Yes, Rosaline wasn't the kind to gossip about this sort of thing. Not that it... When I was a child, I had to join the Fatui for the sake of my mother and me. I trained under Rosaline. It was extremely grueling, and it didn't exactly come naturally to me. All I could do was try to ignore the biting cold and practice. I was a newcomer who'd managed to make a good first impression on a harbinger. There was pressure. Every day was a struggle against the cold, pain, and after enduring all that, I've become almost immune to this. Surely, any child who had to experience that would grow to hate her lot in life, don't you think? So, I put an equal amount of effort into my ballet. Because in my young mind, that was it was my way of telling her. The Fatui's demands and your expectations of me are not what I wish for. One day, I will leave. I think she probably blamed my poor performance in training on my passion for ballet. One time, when I was secretly practicing a dance at night, she suddenly showed up. I knew she was. I told her, "You don't deserve to watch the dance." She looked stunned. I guess she was surprised that I lashed out first, but strangely enough, on that occasion, she wasn't fierce with me like she was during training. After that, she never interfered with my dancing or asked me how it was going. She never came to watch me dance again. She was. But even now, whenever I take out this core Ignis, I can't help but think of that night. Of the look on her face, sort of. Although gift might be too kind a term. This is her flame sealed within ice. She knew the location of every piece of core Ignis. If any recipient started acting suspiciously, she'd be on to them immediately. Trust her to make even a mark. So, when news of Rosaline's death reached Snezhnaya, many people immediately crushed their core Ignis. But I kept mine. With my sensitivity to pain being as dull as it is, I still wonder, did she really come to stop me that night? I wasn't sure. I guess she didn't leave anything behind. Not that I expected her to. It's fine. It's just a bit of a shame that we couldn't settle our differences before the end. She did. Are you sure she was talking about this event? No, she didn't. I didn't even find. Wait. In that case. Okay. I will.
There's something I'm trying to figure out. I'm beginning to Paimon's very important to me. So I have to get to the bottom of this.
The ultimate goal of this energy experiment is to create the weapon's construction was completed in Nodcry. Now, all that remains is to arm it with a sufficiently powerful energy. Yes. The weapon's development and all the related experiments are overseen by Lord Piero, the Jester. And the lab is located deep. I'm not sure why this experiment would be making Paimon feel unwell, though. The best way to get to the bottom of it would be to go. Once we get out of here, I'll help you apply for an entry permit. And I'm hardly the organization's proudest member, as you know. You answered my question about Rosaline. I want to do you a...
What's wrong?
You two seem to be hitting it off.
I thought you were...
Of course I was. In the military, one learns to fall asleep quickly, even in the most inhospitable environments.
Even if he was awake, he can't have overheard us.
Well, thank you both for keeping watch. Traveler, I'll take over for now. It's your turn to get some sleep.
Sure.
Ya me aburrí, weón. Súper aburrido. Una mierda la trama, weón.
This is our second night here. But at least I found out a little more about Paimon's I hope she's been sleeping well the past... Why do I feel like... I'm Seriously? Is this payback for when I stared...
Otra vez, ahí vamos para adentro.
Hey, what are you spacing out for?
How long have we been walking for? Do you remember?
Time's lost all meaning. Ever since we noticed the...
A star key? Or key star? Anyway, the person who named it was swallowed by the black mist.
Whatever it's called, ever since we noticed it, we've been walking up and up. But it seems like no matter how far we walk...
Well, we've come this far. You never know. Maybe we're almost there?
Hay como un ruido en el... Hay como un ruido en el audio, Chris. Como que... ¿Es normal ese ruido? O a lo mejor es de mi sistema. Ya llevo 3 veces que lo oí.
Not again! I've lost count of how many times we run into them. Be careful.
What the? Cryostorm! Fighting frog! Backup is here. We got ourselves.
Here they come again! Get ready!
Backup is here. Cleave ya! What the? Encase!
Monsters ahead of us, the black mist behind us. It feels like there's no escape.
Fine. Got ourselves a traveler. Fighting frog! Black here.
Shut up. Run faster.
Encase!
Learned. Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. It's just... Suddenly I don't want to walk any...
I get you. In fact, I reached my limit a long time.
Yeah. The hope that the star gives us is the only thing keeping us going. But I'm not sure it's real at all. Otherwise, why would it always be out of reach?
We know you mean well, but you're only saying that to try and...
Thank you, friend. But enough is enough. You're going to continue, aren't you? I admire that. I've given up, but I wish you the best.
It's not an illusion. We really are getting closer to the star.
Congratulations. You're the first person to make it here.
Hey.
I'm the star's envoy. The black mist has stopped rising. Its hunger is satisfied for now. Having devoured, this is a good opportunity. I'll let you get some What do you mean, leave? This congratulations on reaching the starting point. Once you are ready, we will head out and walk upwards. I will be Huh? What's wrong? Hey,
Ya mataron a dos más aún.
Is that Vodyanitsa's voice?
Coolish, wake up! Please wake up!
Sigue mandando un ruido, pero no sé qué pedo.
The situation is identical to that of the 2 casualties yesterday. We cannot ascertain the cause of death.
At least there are some elements that we can rule out this time. They slept on the stage with everyone else. So I suppose the surrounding environment...
Rampana.
Weren't some of us keeping watch last night? 3 of us, in fact.
I'm as confused as you are. Certainly nothing unusual happened on my watch.
Likewise, and from what I've observed so far, both Miss Odette and the Traveler can be trusted.
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I couldn't help but think I was the target. So I just laid there with my eyes closed. I heard the Traveler and Lelik chatting, but otherwise I don't recall hearing any...
Me too. I didn't want to wake everyone up, so I was concentrating hard, trying not to cough. I hardly slept at all. If anything,
What could possibly be causing this? Once was bad enough. I worked closely with Rampana and Coolish for so long. I never imagined that one day they'd...
4 victims in just 2 days, and we still don't have a single lead. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible.
Cristóbal Gamer
And above all,
dice,
keep Tonya safe.
¿qué piensas que pasa?
I'd never be able to look Child in the eye again otherwise.
Tengo 2 sospechosos, creo que son...
Still snowing?
Realmente creo que hay un sospechoso, pero está cambiado de forma. Es un cambiaforma. Han dejado varias pistas. Han dejado varias pistas. Y creo pensar que es la hermana de Tartaglia. Para mí es la hermana de Tartaglia. Primero, llegó tarde y apareció de la nada. Segundo, apareció de la nada. Tercero, Tartaglia decía que no tenía ningún problema de salud y esta tiene un problema de salud. Entonces puede ser alguien intercambiado. Cuarto, los encerraron para que no pudieran salir. Quinto, sospechaba de la energía, pero entre comillas lo descarté ahorita porque no volvió a aparecer. Ahora apareció Odette. Entonces, cuando se duermen cada uno de... prácticamente cuando los que se duermen primero, los que se duermen son los que van al evento ese. Lo raro es que el viajero no lo recuerda. El viajero no lo recuerda, el otro de la energía tampoco lo recuerda, Odette tampoco lo recuerda. ¿Qué está pasando? O sea, no sé todavía, no hay quién los está haciendo. Pero los están atacando mentalmente. Lo raro es que el viajero también se quedó dormido, entonces debió haber muerto, pero no muere.
Yes, I just checked. Still no...
So we only have ourselves to rely on.
If you ask me, this killer can clearly strike whenever they please. The night
Obviamente,
was a useless endeavor from the start.
Ya que los únicos que quedan ahorita van a morir, seguramente van a morir, son los otros 2. Quedan tres personajes no funcionales que pueden morir. Y no han matado a la hermana de Tartaglia porque obviamente es la hermana de Tartaglia. Entonces, si se muere la hermana de Tartaglia, ya tenemos pedo. ¿Por qué? Porque va a aparecer Tartaglia de alguna manera, ¿vale? Si cargan a la hermana de Tartaglia, va a ser algo duro en la historia, ¿vale? Ya vimos lo que le pasó a la hermana de la otra, que sí la mataron en Atlan. Y fue duro para todos. Entonces, la mayoría de la gente seguramente va a estar familiarizado con la hermana de Tartaglia. Entonces no la van a ver como alguien malo, o alguien que pueda ser malo por todo lo que nos ha contado Tartaglia de Tonya. ¿vale? En su momento, si leyeron sobre Tonya, saben que Tonya no era una niña mala, sino que era una niña medio enfermiza, ¿vale? Pero hasta donde sabíamos, que yo recuerde, Tonya ya se había recuperado. Y el único personaje que no apareció desde el principio fue Tonya. Porque el viajero llegó y dijo, ¿dónde está Tonya? Y Tonya no estaba. Entonces Tonya aparece a lo último. Y a los otros no los van a matar porque los otros son protagonistas, así que nada más quedan 2 por morir.
Lelek must be an expert in poisoning. Clearly she used some poison that can't be detected on...
Here we go.
Listen, I was already thinking to myself last night. Was Lelek's reason for revealing her identity the real... She's been playing us for fools. You get off on this, don't you? Revealing your identity, only to carry on with your killing spree?
That's a hideous thought. One that only a hideous mind like you...
How?
That's enough. Yesterday, you named Lelek as a suspect, but today's victims were just ordinary people. Not to mention that they were colleagues of Odette and mine. What reason would she have to murder them? Let me guess. Just...
Who knows? Maybe you don't know her as well as you think. I implore you all to ask yourselves, how Lelek is well known to be a ruthless operator, and now she has revealed her identity.
Everything you've said so far is still just conjecture, which doesn't constitute a concrete lead.
How can you defend her, officer? What did she say to you while you were on night watch? Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. You military types are always colluding with criminals to target the rich. All so you can get your grubby paws on our hard-earned fortunes. Then tell us to fall in line. The Fatui, the... Don't you dare...
Sir, but... You were the one who told us not to stop other people from expressing... 4 people have already died. Only yesterday I was chatting with Mr. Cool. Turning against one another is the last thing we should be doing.
Little...
Even if Mr. Chuganov is a puffed-up, pig-headed windbag who doesn't have a clue what he's talking about, he's still one of the victims.
I had no intention of resorting to violence. But you're right, Miss Tonya. I ought not... In any case, I believe Mr. Chuganov has calmed down a little.
I don't think there's any need for that. What is there to discuss? Nothing about this situation is normal.
Did you have an idea, Mitya? You're the brainiac here, right?
I've been mulling something over. All the leads we have so far concern things from outside the theater. Miss Odette's alter ego, the threats Mr. Chuganov received. But then there's the 2 double murder crime scenes themselves, which have given us absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. That's highly unusual. Even with the most careful killers, there's always some evidence left behind.
So what are you suggesting?
I think this could be a supernatural event. It isn't characteristic of human-on-human homicide at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but...
I got into scientific research because of my insatiable curiosity. But if the present situation defies all known...
Now that you mention it, I remember when I first came... Haunted?
Yeah, I think I heard the same thing. But I mean, they're only rumors, right? We've worked here for years.
Well, this has taken an unexpected turn. A haunted theater? If Paimon were here, she'd probably be hiding behind...
Why don't we take this opportunity to look for clues again with a more open mind? Maybe a different perspective will help it...
Very well. Whether it's criminals or ghosts we're looking for, the same rules apply. Everyone needs to tread care...
I need to think very hard about whether there's anything that ever needed hiding. After all these years...
Chingar, porque hay una puerta abajo.
Valerie, Come take a look at this.
Some sort of notebook.
It's the on-duty logbook for the theater. He mostly used it to record any unusual incidents during a show, audience numbers, exit times, and so on. Yes, he'd always have this logbook with him when he checked.
This should confirm a lot of key details about the recent show. So?
Yes. The number of people. I've checked and double-checked. Apparently, we have an extra
Are we certain that logbook is accurate? Could someone have sneaked in without buying it?
Unlikely. Coolish took his duties very seriously. I've rarely seen it. Not to mention that this was a dress rehearsal, meaning smaller audience numbers and tighter ticket restrictions than usual.
We no longer have our tickets with us, do we? They got collected on entry.
Unfortunately not. The theater recycles tickets. Once people are in the door, they don't tend to leave until the show ends, so we collect the tickets at the point of entry. Still, I'm inclined to...
Did an extra person just materialize?
Lo que yo dije. Y es Tonya, porque Tonya no entró por la puerta, coño.
Tonya, did you find...
Not yet. Still looking. So... Are we...
This looks like... somebody...
Well, it doesn't look... Alright.
Huh. This has to be Vodia needs...
Maybe it's a little rude for us to peek at this. I feel like I just read someone's secret diary by accident. It sounds like she's writing this for her parents, right?
Because her water imp parents belonged to the aristocracy, who were driven out of Snezhnaya by the Tsaritsa long ago. And now they live somewhere new, where the postman can't get to. It's fine. My fault for not storing it properly. I can't leave things lying around and expect them to... All right, give me my notebook back. I'll take over the investigation in this room.
Qué loca. Puta loca, vos.
Traveler. Since you're... Alosha found it. We're both curious to hear your perspective. It appears to be a... well, an investigation report.
An investigation report, huh? Looks quite old. This person's name...
The theater manager must have hired an investigator once specifically to look into this issue. But it doesn't look like...
Presumably, the manager wanted to know if the supposed haunting was dangerous, while also being fearful of word getting out in case it affected the theater's business. Anyway, the bottom line is, the haunting is actually real after all. It's caused by an obstruction in the ley lines. Is there any chance...
Ley line problems are pretty unexceptional to me by this point. And while it certainly offers an explanation for the ghosts, it's hard to imagine what connection it could have to these two...
Some of the language that appears at the very end of the report caught my eye. Angel civilization? My area of research doesn't touch on any of that, so it's completely outside of my wheelhouse. Huh? A piece of paper just fell out from the report. It landed right by your feet. How unnerving. It was tucked inside the report, so it must be a note left by the author. Death is near. Is that supposed to be what... But if so, how did the author foresee it? Could he predict the future somehow?
Maybe things are more complicated than we...
No, wait a second. If we take the report and the note at face value, the report definitively concludes that the hauntings in the theater are harmless and cannot affect the real world. But the note seems to be warning of potential... The question is, what exactly does the note mean by death? The various ways we could interpret this keyword lead in completely different directions. If we take all this together, it's not impossible, is it?
Oh, I beg to differ. This sounds to me like a product of a researcher's vivid imagination. And
Does it really sound that far-fetched? Alright, well, let's treat that as speculation for now. I do...
Good. Okay, now that we finally have some meaningful leads, I think it's time to So, that's about everything we've discussed. I'll share my theory first. Based on what we've learned from the logbook, I believe the extra person among us is most... If the killer had simply bought a ticket, it would have greatly increased the risk of their identity being exposed. I expect he or she either hid in the theater ahead of time, or found a way to slip past the ticket inspection. They then blended in with the group.
What about the note found in the investigation report?
The killer may have simply planted it there as some sort of sick joke. I've seen my fair share of psychopathic killers. They love playing cryptic mind games.
So, it has nothing to do with the haunting of the theater after...
This theory makes sense to me. If we have an audience member unaccounted for, chances are they didn't come here to watch the show.
Could it really be that simple?
So, in other words, all we have to do is find out. Then let me make one thing clear. All the theater staff should be well aware that I came here for the rehearsal legit.
It's true. I hear you used every trick in the book to get a hold of that ticket, too. Everything short of throwing a temper tantrum and rolling around on the floor.
I'm...
Probably a stupid question, but I might as well ask. Did anyone here get in without having the... Guess it was naive of me to expect them to just admit to it.
Especially after the unprompted Lelik reveal. Once was already a miracle. Twice would be...
Tonya received her ticket the same way I did. I assume Child got both of them together. Sounds like Chuganov went to a lot of trouble to get... I don't believe any of us here knew Shram before all this. If no one can verify Shram's identity... Mr. Shram.
Huh? Me? Why am I being singled out?
It's not that you stand out as suspicious. More that everyone else has...
Okay. Well, we spent the best part of 2 days together now. So I'm sure you can all tell what kind of person I am.
Yeah, I have no doubt that you're a good person. But the problem is, none of us here actually know you, so no one can say for sure that... Although, actually, what was it you said last night? Yeah, you're friends with that water imp. Last time I checked, there were barely any of us remaining in Snezhnaya, since most of the water imps left. And I suppose it's also kind of a way for everyone else...
Good grief. Are you blushing? Pull yourself together, man. Stop giggling like a teenage boy.
Hey, revolting is a little strong. I was just a bodyguard hired by our family. But the stars must have aligned, because sparks began to fly between me and their daughter.
We don't need details. Just get to the...
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant to reveal her name, that's all. Even with me to protect her. If word gets out that she's dating a human, both the Fae and human factions will give her a hard time.
Really? Wait, no. That can't be.
Huh? Shram, what the devil are you talking?
Why is everyone looking at me like that? Surely you can understand.
Delicate times? Factions?
Yes? You know, if I'm not mistaken, the last significant civil war in Snezhnaya history was over 400 years ago, when Her Majesty the Tsaritsa...
What do you mean, 400?
What's going on here? Is Shram...
All right, Mr. Mitya, you win this round. As far-fetched as it is...
I'm just as amazed as you are. I didn't even believe it myself, to be honest.
Is someone going to explain what's going on here?
From the look on your face, you figured it out too, haven't you, Traveler?
That seems to be the case. Shram's the extra person, but there's no way of learning his identity. Vodyanitsa's private letter touches upon the history of the Water Imp aristocracy's exile. No, the truth lies within the clues we... The theater's ley lines have been modified to block souls within its grounds from returning to them. Some souls can even wander this Mr. Shram's statement proves he is from hundreds of years ago, and according to the investigation report on the theater hauntings, Mr. Shram is very likely... That's not it. If that's the case, we're back to I don't... This is Mr. Valeri's hypothesis. If there is no supernatural element to this incident, for some unknown reason, the soul that has been wandering the theater due to the ley line is... Yeah, that must be the immediate reason why the ticket count doesn't match... The death of those victims is an irrefutable fact. It is the outcome of whatever's going on here. The contents of the investigation report have been verified. There are indeed ley line issues and wandering souls in the theater. Death is near. That must mean that there's a dead...
Yeah, the logic is clear now. The investigation report said that there would be souls stuck wandering around the... Mr. Schramm must be one such soul who died in the theater a long time ago. In which case, that also... So when the note said death is near, it must have been referring to death as in the deceased. People who died a long time ago.
Someone who died.
In short, there's a dead person among us. The extra person we've been searching for is a ghost from...
You mean I'm a ghost? No. Don't make jokes like that, my man. But even if I was dead, I know for a fact I didn't kill anyone that...
Yeah. Even if all that's true, the report also said the souls inside the theater can't affect reality, right? They're harmless.
Then what if the problem... The ley lines have a powerful ability to attract and devour souls. Let's say that the ley lines are like a black hole, constantly seeking to engulf souls. But the souls that don't want to return are trying to avoid being sucked in.
Huh. Why does this analogy sound so familiar?
What happens when the black hole can't achieve its goal? I'm only speculating here, but what if it ended up swallowing innocent souls by mistake?
That could explain why we weren't able to determine a cause of death. If you're right, and their souls were devoured by the ley lines.
It does seem to explain a lot of the things we couldn't make sense of.
Except there's no concrete evidence. Mitya's relying on a lot of logical leaps. Still, it seems like the best explanation we have.
All right, so how could Schramm not know that he's dead? Seems a...
On the contrary, it's perfectly normal for a soul to wander the theater for centuries without questioning their existence or reason for being there. It's simply...
You know what, Mr. Brainiac? I'm trying to remember and... Even though my head feels like it's going to explode, I think... It's all coming back to me. I was the one who didn't want to remember my...
Well, I'm sure those are painful memories.
My lady and I snuck out to go on a date one day. We bought tickets for the theater. It wasn't really my thing, but I was just happy to be together. All of a sudden, a group of people burst into the theater, shouting for all the water imps to get out. Performers and audience members included. It was clear the conflict between humans and Fae had reached a boiling point. This time, the extremists were even coming after the water imps who had nothing to do with the war. I thought I could pull one over on them. So I took off my jacket, draped it over my lady, and tried to sneak out amid the chaos. But I got caught. They started shouting, calling me but I was going to do whatever it took to buy our chance to escape. No matter how many people stood in my way. I had to. Both as their bodyguard. And out of love.
It's all right, friend. You can stop there if you want.
It's just... Even now... If I'd known I was a dead man walking, I wouldn't have dragged you down with me. If I'm the cause of all this death, then punish me however you...
But, Mr...
No. I refuse to be a burden. I know what I have to do. I guess it's high time I got a breath of fresh air. Out there, I mean. I'll leave.
Mr. Schramm, I'm sure we can figure out a different course.
My good sir. We both know I'm not supposed to be here. I should have accepted my death long ago.
No, I'm speaking on a personal...
Let it go, man. Oh, wait. One last thing. Miss Waterimp. My lover.
Ozarova. Oh, Auntie Ozarova. That's what we all called her. I remember her as a very...
I'm so glad she survived. And she had lots of kids, as long as she went on to be happy. That's all that matters. Besides, I'm dead. My soul's been wandering around here for so long. There's no need to see me off, my friends. I've enjoyed our time together over these past few days.
Take care. My man.
I knew Mr. Shram was already dead, but...
Death is cruel, no matter how we might try to make...
So, was the conflict between Fae and humans really that bad back then? I was only little, so I don't remember much. It's terrible to... Even the historical records about that time period don't say much about it. All people know is that the Tsaritsa founded the Fatui, drove out most of the Fae aristocracy without explanation, then used her terrifying power to suppress the humans.
It seems to me like the Tsaritsa chose to make herself the enemy. She downplayed the conflict, directing whatever animosity both sides had for each other at herself instead. That's also why, despite how brutal the conflict was at the time, there hasn't been much lingering tension between humans and Fae since. Things have been fairly harmonious.
So, the Tsaritsa banished the Fae to protect the Fae living in the city? She offered herself up to be hated.
Maybe it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I don't think Her Majesty is too concerned if mortals hate her or not. And besides, there are...
All this time, I had no idea.
All right. If Mitya's theory is correct, then I think we can consider this matter settled. Let's all take a break.
Ugh, if only this blasted storm wasn't... I was actually planning on hiring him as my bodyguard after we got out of here, you know.
Well, the information he revealed, it's...
¿Dónde está la imagen? Vale, qué feo tener una foto de muertos aquí, weón.
Looks like now we can just rest until the snowstorm stops. I still can't believe Shram turned out to be a ghost who'd been in the theater for hundreds of years.
Knock, knock.
Huh?
Knock, knock.
You know the door isn't closed.
Think of it as a signal, then. When I'm entering someone else's room and I knock, I'm here as Odette. If I don't, thanks.
So, why did you come to find me?
Vodyanitsa said you knew about my secret identity, but when everyone was discussing who Lelik could be, you were worried that revealing what you knew would be unfair to... Yes.
It's nothing. I mean, you didn't hold what happened with Signora against me, so...
Actually, there's something else as well. I found myself in a situation similar to... So I thought I'd come and ask you for advice. It's about before all of this. The last time I saw him, he was dead, as I'm sure you know. My goal as Lelik was just, well, when I found out the tech lead for the experiment behind Project Snezhnaya was Mitya, I immediately started planning to track him down. I often saw him around the theater, but I soon concluded that making my move there would risk exposing my... So I decided to infiltrate the Armory Palace and go directly to his lab. That way, the threat would be much more... Well, I suppose there was a bit of luck involved. But I am a Fatus. But when I finally made it to his lab, Mitya seemed to be dead. I checked his breathing and his pulse. He had no vital signs whatsoever. I thought maybe another anti-Project Snezhnaya activist had beaten me to it, and chosen a much more brutal method.
That's why you were so on guard around Mitya that first night here.
Yes. When I saw him sitting in the audience during the performance, I could barely contain... To me, it was a miracle. Somehow, he'd come back from the dead. But then, the murder that is, until Mitya himself said there must be a dead person among us.
And yet, you thought that bringing it up right away would single Mitya out. Just like when everyone was
Exactly. I thought there could be something I was missing. Besides, we soon figured out that Mr. Schramm was a ghost.
But now, it seems like there's another candidate. I understand why you kept it to yourself. There was so much information being thrown around during that discussion.
So, what do you think?
Let me confirm one thing first. When was it that you found Mitya?
Around a week ago. Sometime in the afternoon.
A week ago? That's earlier than I thought. I saw him just a few days ago at a restaurant. That definitely would have been after you found him dead. He seemed completely normal to me. Chatting with Vodyanitsa, trying to avoid
So he was definitely alive on that day. Huh.
Here's a thought. The reason we even suspected a dead person could be among us was because of the problem with the theaters, but Mitya's death happened inside the Armory Palace. The ley lines affecting the theater shouldn't reach that far.
You're right. I guess he doesn't fit the profile.
I think the chances of it being him are very low. Surely he can't have died for real in the armor.
Unless what?
Unless he really did come back from the...
You're right. Do you...
Huh, what's this? A private meet and greet? Where do I line up? Well, I was just making the rounds. Thought I'd try to lighten the mood a bit. Vodyanitsa's handing out food if you're hungry.
Igual y tiene un poder para parecer muerto, igual tiene un poder para tener clones.
What is going on with this storm? Could it be connected to that monster that just arrived in Snezhnaya?
I almost hope it is. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa left to vanquish that beast herself.
Do you think people still feel the cold after they die? I'm wondering about Schramm.
Oh, death itself is cold, isn't it?
Well, I hope he has a safe journey. I'm going to miss him, I think. It's not like we can blame him. Thinking back on it, we barely made it out alive ourselves. Once we get out of here, how are we going to explain what happened to their family?
Are you okay? Here, take this.
Look who's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. Is it because Tonya stood up for you this morning?
Yeah, without Tonya, who knows?
I told you already, I never intended...
Bunch of rascals. Little girl? I was rather surprised when you spoke up for me this morning. I didn't...
Oh, no need to thank me.
I've been, too embarrassed to admit it. So kind to everyone. But never lets her old man off the hook. Unless my wife, especially when she was little. All right, easy now.
I don't know.
Are you taking anything for...
Yeah. I'll be fine once I see my brother. He's gonna pick some frost fairy flower leaves and brew a tonic for me.
I see.
We should probably discuss arrangements for tonight, now that the deceased has left. However, out of an abundance of
Shouldn't we take shifts?
No need. I managed to get a nap in earlier, so I have plenty of energy right now. After all the tension of the...
What a long day. This whole situation turned out to be way more complicated, but Valeri's right. I should just try to calm down and get some rest.
Mierda, ahí vienen dos más, weón. Ya sabía yo que venían dos más, weón.
He's awake. He's awake. Get over it.
If you must call me something, call me Mr. Door. The Black Mist is coming. You need to...
Are you all right? Can you walk? We just got attacked by monsters on our way up. He just seemed to come out of nowhere. not much of a talker, but when it comes to taking down monsters, that man...
Otra vez,
Curses.
mierda.
The black mist is catching up to us. Mr. Door, I don't believe I've ever seen you around here before. Why is that?
There's no need to try to get to know me.
Ah, vale, por eso dicen que Valerie es eléctrico.
I can just push these ones
Ya está confirmado, Valerie es eléctrico.
Oh, well, anyway, we're lucky to have you here. Thanks for saving us earlier.
No need to thank me. This is where my duty lies.
Cristóbal Gamer dice: pero no le viste la visión, la mostró 40 veces sexy.
Ay, usa escudo. Interesante, weón.
Oh, remarkable work, Mr. Door. Oh, if I had your muscles, I'd do the same. Are none of these doors the one you're looking for?
No.
Impossible. Impossible.
I'm so exhausted. Wait, look! There's more monsters down there. Are they coming from... No! They're gaining on us. Quick! Mr. Door, what are you doing? We need to get...
Found it. This is my door.
What?
I am a door. This is where my duty lies.
No! You saved us. We can't leave you behind.
You must keep going. A door can only keep things out for so long. You must make haste.
Oh, you're right. Let's go. The black mist isn't moving anymore. Looks like both the monsters and... I didn't just imagine all that, did I? Surely I wasn't so scared out of my mind that I... Oh, okay, good. There's no way we... Getting sleepy?
Ay, Dios mío santo.
What time is it? I guess everyone's still asleep? These Valerie?
Ah, Valerie valió madre. Valerie se hizo muerta.
Wake up!
Cristóbal Gamer dice: ¿y ahora qué?
I've been a real thorn in your side, haven't I, Mr. Valeri? But for me, life will be all the duller for not having to run away from you, my friend.
How's Tonya?
No lo van a matar, lo van a revivir de alguna manera. Si es un personaje jugable, no puede morir.
I just checked on her, and it doesn't seem like anything serious. She's just exhausted from the past couple of days, and she's still recovering from her illness.
That means Valeri was the only one.
If Valeri was awake and keeping watch, it would have been impossible to kill him without waking everyone.
This is so frustrating. Why has nothing changed since yesterday? I thought we already did.
Actually, one thing has changed. There's only one victim this time, not two.
Can a death at night even be defended against? This logic seems... No similar cases have ever been confirmed. So this theory... But Mr. Schramm was already deceased to start with. After the deceased Schramm left, there was one less victim last night. That more or less track. It's a reasonable conclusion. The number of people who die each night is equivalent to the number of dead among us.
Exactly. We identified Mr. Schramm, and the night after he left, the death toll dropped from 2 to 1. By that logic, there must be one more dead person left among us.
Another one? But there was only one person unaccounted for in the ticket checks, right?
Having an extra person was definitely a cause for alarm, but being one person short isn't nearly as unusual. Someone could have left in the middle of the show, or made it out before the storm hit.
One more dead person among us. If Mitya's theory is right, then what? It's just, at the time, we had no If only we'd taken it more seriously.
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I had information that could have been helpful.
I'm partly to blame as well. I was too quick to dismiss
What is this about? What have you two...
Sounds like there's some big news you've been keeping from the rest of us.
Odette and I talked about it yesterday, but we thought it just wasn't possible, so we left it at...
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I'd been there, I probably would have reached the same conclusion. It just sounds too unbelievable. Let me just try and verify this. I just scoured my memories trying to think back to the afternoon Miss Odette mentioned, but I honestly have no recollection of dying. That's what...
Having seen Mr. Mitya a few days ago myself,
Well, if it isn't Mitya, then who? Do we vote on it?
If you don't mind me asking, Traveler, I believe you mentioned that you know Tonya's brother. Had you ever met her before all this?
No, never. Wait.
Now just 1 minute. I know where this is going. You can't just You're in the hot seat, and all of a sudden you want to divert our suspicions onto somebody...
Trying to pick a fight, Mr. Chuganov? Whenever you open your mouth, all you do is attack people, and I've had enough of it.
You!
Did Mitya ask about Tonya because he suspects her? I suppose I only identified her by age, and nothing else. Could that...
I'm just saying, you're going around casting suspicion on people for no reason. I can vouch for her, if nothing else. I've seen her before. She's the sister of that,
Oh, really? You're telling the truth.
Since being here, I don't think I ever mentioned she was Child's sister specifically. Does Chuganov...
If Chuganov can vouch for her, then it can't be Tonya either. In which case, it seems... Miss Odette, could you go over that afternoon with me one more time? When you found me dead?
No problem.
No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember anything about dying. But I do remember... Miss Vojanitsa, during our last meal together, I told you how some of the researchers were suffering from temporary memory loss. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. You said it was hindering the progress of your...
Right. And even though I don't remember dying that day, I'm pretty sure I experienced something like amnesia. Some of my memories from that afternoon...
Are you suggesting you're missing the memory of...
Of course. How am I only just realizing this? Humans aren't necessarily aware of their own...
You mean being silently assassinated, or dying in your sleep? Situations like that.
The researcher's amnesia. Suddenly it all makes sense. I must thank you, Odette. I think your perspective just helped me reach a breakthrough on a series of issues that have been troubling me for quite some time. All right.
Oh, leave! Hey, wait a minute! Aren't you rushing into this?
Come on, kid. Aren't you gonna fight for your life?
I have other reasons beyond what's been discussed. In fact, I remember during Miss Odette's performance, while I was sitting in the audience stalls, a brilliant new idea for my research popped into my mind. But then, my train of thought suddenly... I can't remember it now at all, and I didn't take any notes. I guess that must be another instance of temporary amnesia.
No. Hold on. I see where you're going with this. You're suggesting that there's a glaringly obvious flaw in that idea, no? How can one person die?
I believe Miss Odette's account. During the period where my memory is blank, I must have been either dead or in a similar state. All it would take is for the same thing to happen in the theater, and I would come under the effect of the ley lines in this vicinity. This increases the likelihood of me being the deceased. There's no evidence to suggest that anyone other than me is a candidate for the deceased. So allow me, as a scientist, to please relax, everyone. I don't think things are as bad as they may seem. If, on the other hand, I'm still alive right now, well, apparently you've all witnessed.
Mitya's right. This is the only thing we can try right now. I think he's deliberately downplaying.
What is a scientist if not someone who gambles on experiment after experiment in an attempt to obtain with this snowstorm, the ley line phenomenon, ghosts of the dead, and my amnesia? But if I do get resurrected, you can be sure that I'll come back
Cristo
with the
Valgamer
truth of all this. Just you
dice,
wait.
¿ahora qué piensas?
Pensaba que Mitya era uno de los culpables, pero no estoy seguro todavía. Un poco raro. Rompiendo el bucle. Entonces Mitya estaba muerto. Ok.
Poor Mr. Mitya. I didn't even get to see.
Maybe it's a good thing that you weren't there to
No
see it.
sé, siempre pensé que era la hermana de Tartaglia. Igual y me equivoco.
I hate goodbyes. Why does it feel like everyone around me is slow?
Maybe it's the realization that, at the end of luck, come to think of it, the main reason we're still alive right now is pure luck. Each morning here, you could take it a step further and say that the same is true outside too. Who can ever be 100% sure when they drift off to sleep? If I make it out of here, I'm going to cherish every moment that I'm awake and live without any regrets.
Without regret, I feel like a strange sense of anxiety has been...
Are you okay? If something's bugging you, let's talk about it. There's only a few of us left here now.
I have a travel companion named Paimon. Alosha and Odette have met her before. She's been feeling up.
You're worried about her, aren't you? That makes sense.
To be honest, I used to feel like I was just a spectator in this world, watching everything that happens.
Descent.
But with Paimon by my side, over time, I slowly felt my connection to... She loves eating, sleeping, and having fun, but she's also a great guide. It's her authenticity that makes this whole world. Over the last few days that we've been apart, I've often caught myself wondering, what would Paimon say if she were here right now?
No la quiere perder, es
By
lógico.
the time I snap out of it, the conversation has already moved on, and I'm still in my own little... I'm trying to overcome this sense of detachment, but I really miss Paimon. I guess, in a way, she means the whole world.
I bet she misses you when you're not there as well. Maybe...
I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but back when the water imps left Snezhnaya in droves, I also felt like I could be surrounded by people all smiling and having fun, and still feel completely separate from it. Later on, I started to think, maybe accepting the fact that our loved ones won't always be with us is all we can do is cherish their companionship from moment to moment.
Puta, me tocan la fibra, weón. Ya tengo pocos meses de haber perdido a mi mamá y me tocan la fibra, weón. Mierda, Genshin. Que te jodan.
So, once we get out of here, you better hurry back to our side as fast as you can.
Thank you. That's it.
But Vodyanitsa, if you hate goodbyes too...
That's just the choice I made. I used to regret it. Like I said before, singing is a water imp's primary mode of expression. It's how we convey our emotions. Our songs have echoed through this theater for hundreds of years. each one a story pieced together through moments of joy and but does a story exist without someone to read it? To me. So I made the choice to stay. That way, there would still be someone left to sing the—
Could you teach me how to understand your people's songs sometime? I want to be able to truly hear them, like Mr. Shram.
A fan after my own heart. Thank you, Tonya. How about I sing something for—
Okay. I've never heard that one before. I feel like I can hear a sense of...
Color me impressed, Tonya. You're a keen listener. Most people can only tell if a song is happy or sad. I didn't think you'd be able to... I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for our people. It means something like, may those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night, so that...
No wonder I could hear that sense of longing. You sing it for loved ones who have passed away.
It's getting late, Tonya, and you're not well. We should all turn in early.
Okay. But, before I go to bed, could you sing that song a couple more times for me, Vorianitsa?
Voy al baño. Ah, me estoy orinando. O se muere la hermana de Tartaglia ahorita, o se muere el otro viejito. Una de dos. Vamos a ver.
Of course. Anything for my #1 fan.
once I get out of here. I definitely don't plan, but I guess that means I'll never get to hear Vodia needs us sing again before I fall asleep.
Ah, ¿qué te dije? Me cago en la puta madre, weón. A ver a quién se van a cargar ahora, weón.
Where am I? It's so dark in here, and I feel... Huh? What was that noise?
El diablo.
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection.
¿Pero qué coño?
I'm alive?
No time for questions. Quick, over here. Turn on the switch. We need... All right, we're safe. The spirit just now is called Night Prayer. The light subdues her, but she'll attack without a second thought in the dark. Sort of. I know it's hard, but you can't let this place go dark, or she'll kill you again. Yep. Luckily, I was here to resurrect you. Otherwise, that'd have been a real bummer.
A bit more than a bummer, I'd say.
Sure I do. I'm your guardian spirit, after all. I specialize in soul recall. Oh, it's...
Thanks.
Alright, there's no time to waste. The black mist is already catching up. We need to avoid it at night prayer at all costs. We need to reach the next switch before the place gets too dark. If we bring the light back, night prayer won't be able to get to us. Sweet, sweet light! It's back! Now that's a sight for sore eyes. Shh! It's night prayer. We need to move quick, but don't let her notice you. Look out!
Okay.
The next switch is over there. No, night prayer is here too. This can't be the only path. Let's head up there and take a look. The switch is just up ahead. Hurry! It's too dark. We're not gonna make it. Come on.
Otra vez te cargo el payaso.
Won't let you die like this.
Even though it's not permanent, dying is definitely not...
Great.
Yeah.
Time for you to get out of here.
What about you?
I can't. I've already been used up. A guardian spirit's skills are finite. I can only resurrect. I might not look any different, but my essence has been exhausted. I can go no further. The black mist is where I belong.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything. That knowledge would have just burdened you.
But...
Go. Now, before it's too late.
Ok, ahora se va a morir esta vieja. Está fuego. Bueno, ahora se murió Boyanitza. Ahora resulta que todo el mundo se va a morir, weón. ¿Qué coño?
How could this happen?
Well, I guess there's no need.
This wasn't supposed to happen. You lied to us, didn't you, Chuganov?
Take a long, hard look at yourself before you go around accusing other people. I suspected you on day one, Lelik, and now look where we are. By some strange coincidence, you've never been targeted. You just happen to have survived this long? No. And you, little hunter, ever so content with staying on the sidelines. Yet, you were the one who stopped us from leaving from the start! What?
Now you're just lashing out indiscriminately. That's either a sign of anxiety. Where was all this passion and bravado before? Decided to fight until the bitter end. Is that it?
Is that a threat? Fine, bring it on. You think I'm afraid to die after all this? You want to kill me?
After all the trauma of the past few days, everyone's been pushed. Valeria and Mitya aren't here anymore. Someone else needs this, but first, I need to think this through. Considering everyone left. Of those who remain, the only person we've never met before is Tonya. The people are easily misled by first impressions. Now that I think about it, child sister was in fact a label I imposed on her due to my... But Mr. Chuganov vouched for Tonya's identity yesterday, with basically no other possibilities left.
Lo dije. No estaba
Tonya,
loco.
How's Tusser?
Tusser?
Your brother Ajax must have mentioned me in his letters home, right? Did he say anything about...
No. And my brother's name is Razik, not Ajax.
Ajá, te dije.
Chuganov, looks like it's your turn to do some explaining.
I knew you were behind this, Chuganov. You've been lying. Everything about you is fake. Down to the wife and daughter you're always That night, when I infiltrated your place as Lelik, I noticed you were home alone. Didn't think much of it at the time. Just thought it, but thinking back on it now, that doesn't seem very likely.
Even that was a lie? But why?
Curses! Oh, why is there no end to this blasted snowstorm? If it would just...
I think I remember now. The reason I'm always coughing is because I got sick with frostbite. The locals usually call it the snow cough. It's not a very common illness. It's partly genetic and partly caused by the cold climate, but it can be fatal. After a while, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. Nothing seemed to be working anymore, so one day, I told my brother that I wanted him to take me outside for once, so things could be like he agreed. We got to the theater, bought tickets, and went inside. Oh, it was all so exciting.
Oh.
When I woke up, I couldn't, but there's no way he'd leave me behind. So I decided to stay here and wait for him. At the time, Tonya, it's... Yeah, I know. I understand now. After all of that, it turns out I can't blame my brother after all. I'm sorry, everyone. I realized this much too late. It seems like...
Your name probably isn't even Tonya, is it? Didn't that ever strike you as odd over the
Well, when I was little, my brother and I read a storybook, and Tonya is the name of... When we escaped from the hospital, our family and the hospital security were looking at... So when you first approached me and said my brother had sent you, and called me Tonya, I thought he must have chosen a fake name that only the two of us would know. Because he was afraid of getting caught. At least your memory of death isn't painful. That is... Now it's your turn, Chuganov. Talk to us.
You're right. I was lying. I happen to know that the Harbinger child and his sister... And yes, the truth of the matter is, I lost them a long time ago. My daughter's name was Iskra. And before you ask, yes, Iskra. She also died from the snow cough. She was just 6 years old after Iskra passed. My wife couldn't bear to face those memories. One day when I came home from work and saw the empty room, I felt like... I soon discovered that this was the only thing that made me feel any better, so...
Nothing more than a pathetic means of escapism, I know. But at least it's not a crime. So explain your false testimony that...
The night before last, when I was chatting with Tonya, she mentioned that her brother would brew medicine for her from frost fairy flower leaves. Combined with her various symptoms, I suddenly understood everything. The snow cough used to be an incurable illness. I would pick frost fairy flower leaves to brew medicine for Iskra too. But the year after my daughter passed away, the jester of the Fatui announced that a cure for frost blight, also known as the snow cough, had finally been developed.
¿Cuál es el bufón, Chris? El bufón es el más grande, ¿no? El líder de ellos, ¿no?
Cristóbal Gamer dice: Piero.
It turned out that all previous treatments were completely ineffective. No better than random concoctions. That was the final straw for me. I just couldn't take it anymore. Just one more. So, more than anyone, I know full well that in this day and age, no one in their... Poor Miss Tonya, therefore, had to have been from an era when snow cough was still a terminal illness.
So, you projected your daughter onto her? Even though you knew she was one of the...
That doesn't make any sense. You knew she was already dead.
I just don't believe in your crackpot theories. Nor do I approve of your... How can you just declare a living person dead and throw them out into... Nitia's gone. My good buddy Shram's gone. And now it's the others I can make my peace with. But little Miss Tonya, here she is, standing right in front of us, alive. I just want her to live. Once this snowstorm is over, the very moment it stops, I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you cast her out. Not again! Not this time! Not when the cure is right within her—
Mr. Chuganov, by the sounds of it, you've known I was dead since the night before last. I really liked Mr. Valeri, Mr. Mitya, and Miss Vodyanitsa. I'm not happy about that. The reality is, you've been trying to...
Ahora, lo raro es que el viajero decía que eran dos muertes por muertos. Entonces, uno era Tonya y el otro. Quiere decir entonces que el otro está vivo, ¿no? El maguito. Se hizo el muerto, pero no está muerto, está vivo.
No. Listen to me.
Well, at this point, I'm quite sure that I'm dead. I don't need to be saved, despite all the bad things that kept happening. I got to meet so many since the day I escaped that hospital until now. I'm very fond of you all. If it were only possible, I'd trade my soul to bring... And that's why I'm not fond of you at all, Mr. Chuganov. It's them that you owe an apology to, sir. Well then, I suppose this is it.
You're leaving already? It's still early. Don't...
No, thank you. My name is Patashka. It was nice meeting you all. Feels strange that we're only being properly introduced now that it's time to say goodbye.
Patashka?
Cristóbal Gamer dice: Se acabó.
Igual el Chuganov es un fantasma o alguno de los otros.
I can't keep lying to myself and...
In your dreams. Don't think you're getting off that easy when you had a hand in the deaths of so many people.
Igual hay un es que puede acabarse con esto.
The Fatui have honed quite an array of enhanced interrogation techniques since they were founded. Once we're...
Igual alguien los atrapó en algún bucle.
I think we should leave. I doubt this snowstorm is ever going to stop. For all we know, this storm might have destroyed all of Snezhnaya by now.
Wait, we finally solved the mystery of the haunted theater today. Maybe let's at least...
Fair enough. I don't particularly feel like dying.
And yet you won't let me die first.
Hey, Shuganov, on a serious note, if we do make it out of here, you should
Is this really the time to be discussing my factory? All right, fine. I'll shut it down.
Am I hearing things? There it is again. But I don't understand.
Should we open the door?
Is this it? If the last few days are anything to go by, I probably shouldn't be getting my hopes whatever lies beyond that door at this moment.
Ay, Dios mío. ¿Y ahora qué? Ah, te dije que era él, no estaba muerto.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
How are you doing? Feeling...
Much better, thanks. Whew, it is so good to have... Let me see. Tonya Vodyanitsa died last night. And then you discovered...
Not Tonya. Pitashka.
First, tell us how you made it back here. Given the conditions outside, no one should be able...
You're right. The thing that got me back safely was... a song. I heard someone singing.
Desde fuera.
After walking into the snowstorm, my mind grew hazy. I don't know how long I walked through the storm before my mind completely slipped away. Then, suddenly, I heard the sound of singing. The voice instantly brought me back to my senses, and I regained consciousness. So I followed the voice, searching for the source of the singing. I searched and searched, until finally, just...
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before. Because it has more of a ceremonial purpose, it means something like... May those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night.
That must have been Vodyanitsa's Requiem. Who knew it actually worked?
That song is meant to guide the souls of the dead.
Huh. No kidding. When I first stepped out of the theater, I was still quite lucid. My memory of it is still pretty intact. I remember the outside world being completely different than what I'd expected. It was like... this was a world where... I don't know how else to describe it, except to say that... And as for the Requiem, if I was guided here by Vodyanitsa's song, it can only mean that I must already be dead. And this is my... But I didn't experience a clear moment of death while I was out there. Nor do I feel any different now than before I walked into the snowstorm.
You don't seem any different to me either. In fact, this is something I've been wondering. Both Shram and Pitashka were clearly deceased, and yet their souls didn't look or feel like...
This raises a truly terrible thought. Is that really what Mitya is...
Oh, están muertos.
Mitya's soul was summoned back by the Requiem, confirming that he is indeed already dead. And yet, he... Of course. If even the long-deceased like Mr. Shram can blend, then maybe we've all been dead from the very start. And all...
La mierda, weón. Todos están muertos.
Yes. I think that...
What did you say?
You heard me. We died in the theater. All of us did. But due to an obstruction in the theater's ley lines, our souls are trapped here. While an endless... It's ironic, really. All that time, we were working so hard to figure out who the deceased among us were, when the truth was... Do you remember that note, "Death is near"? Seems like we Death was nearer than we wanted to think all along.
The note simply meant that all of us were...
So all our attempts to survive, our search for the deceased...
Hard to say. At the very least, we helped 2 lost souls find clarity and go to where they... The presence of those 2 is probably what caused our souls to be drawn in by the ley lines. In which case, the deaths we've awoken to over the past few days...
If what you're saying is true...
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. ¿Qué
This
piensas?
afternoon, when I was moving Vodyanitsa's
Se trasladaron.
body, I
Se
noticed that the
trasladaron a
other
algún
bodies in
lugar.
the room hadn't decayed
Por
one
alguna
bit
razón que todavía no
after all
sabemos.
these days.
That's further proof that those aren't physical bodies at all, but merely our shells here in the
O atraparon sus mentes en algún lugar, que es lo que parece ser.
Am I really dead? This doesn't feel... No, that's impossible.
I still find it hard to believe that all of us are dead. How exactly did we die in the real world? None of us have any memories.
Not even knowing how we died is preposterous. Good grief. Surely there has...
Exactly. It's hard to rest in peace when you don't even know how you died. It gave me lots to think about as I strode out into the snowstorm. I racked my brains trying to remember the cause of my death, the exact moment I died, the root of all of this. Wait. Hold on. Right before I lost consciousness, I think I saw some... I can't remember. And I think I lost my notebook and pen.
Mitya, your hand. Is that blood on your...
Huh? You're right. There's blood on the fingertips of my right hand. Looks like it's already dried. When did that happen? What the...
Ah, ya sabía yo que era esta hija de puta, bo. Ya me lo veía pensando, bo.
This was what I saw. I must have desperately drawn it in my own blood right before losing consciousness. What's wrong? Do you recognize...
It's... Renova. The ruler of death.
Ah, huevo, yo decía, ¿dónde va a aparecer esa vieja? Tiene que aparecer en algún lado.
Alosha,
Ella los transportó a algún
do you
lado.
still remember that Snezhnayan folktale? It was about the Grim Reaper. When someone's about to die, he appears as an incarnation of... And as soon as you recognize his face, your life is...
I heard a similar tale when I was little. You think the Grim Reaper in this story refers to the ruler of...
That's right.
¿Y desde cuándo los estaba manipulando y por qué?
Also
bo?
mean that the Grim Reaper is here disguised in a familiar form.
Death, the deceased, and when I first saw this note, I thought it contradicted the investigation report. But now it seems like that was the whole intention.
So the Grim Reaper deliberately misled us. Then we started suspecting each other and searched for the...
By that logic, the one person most likely to be the Grim Reaper incarnate is... Identifying the Grim Reaper is a major decision to make. Identifying the Grim Reaper...
No, pues si no es él. Ah, el más
No
conocido.
doubt about it. Looking back at how everyone has acted over the past few days, Alosha is most likely the Grim...
Igual se ha mantenido al margen, también puede ser.
You were the first to discover the investigation report, and you had plenty of time to slip the note inside to...
So? Surely you can't suspect me based on that alone. What if someone else found the investigation report first, slipped the note inside, and then put it back without telling anyone?
There's no denying it. The note could easily have been slipped in much earlier than it was discovered.
That's not all. I've also noticed that although on the surface, Valeri, Mitya, and sometimes I, looking back now, even though you didn't say much, you were always subtly guiding everyone.
What do you mean?
You were the one who emphasized how dangerous it was outside and insisted we all stay here. It was also you who suggested that we all sleep in the same place. And earlier today, you tried to convince Patashka to stay. I don't understand why, but it was out of character.
So, you didn't understand my intentions, and now you're assuming the worst.
He still won't admit it. Fine.
The biggest question I have right now is, if the Grim Reaper is impersonating Alosha, Then where's the real Alosha?
That's right. This was the moment, right at the start. Before any victims had even emerged, Alosha was switched with...
Venga, y ahí viene mi comadre.
When all this began, right after the performance ended and the snowstorm began to pick up, no one suspected. It wasn't until we discovered the bodies the morning after that we realized something out of the ordinary was going on. But it's clear now that the oddities actually started earlier than that, when Dimov walked into the snow...
Right. So Mr. Dimov was the first victim, not Sobolova and Torgov.
And if we pinpoint that moment as the beginning of this incident, Alosha, you are the only person who walked into the snowstorm and came back without the help of Vodyanitsa's Requiem.
More precisely, Alosha never came back at all.
Not bad. Well, since you've backed me into a corner, I suppose there's no point in keeping up.
Mierda, el diablo.
You're the Grim Reaper?
I am no such tired cliché. Mortals should address me as the ruler of death. Before being wiped out for good, you identified the two deceased, and even sensed my presence. A commendable...
I heard you can ferry souls. Those deaths each night. Were they your doing?
Your initial conclusion was correct. Due to the existence of the two deceased, the ley lines yearned to reclaim. Every night they devoured an equal number of souls to fill the void. This required no intervention from me. Though of course, here, take a look.
What are you doing?
That takes care of today's two. Don't get so worked up. You are already dead, and your souls must return to the ley lines.
I know we're already dead. You murdered us, didn't you?
Murdered? No. Murder is when mortals usurp my authority. Death is my jurisdiction. If I require someone to die, you simply met the criteria to trigger my curse of death.
I know about the curse of immortality. So there's another... You cursed us? When? And why would you do such a thing?
So often, humans pray to me, begging to know when their death will come, and what form it will take. But few people ask why. If you must have an answer, know that death comes simply because one's time has come.
So you're not gonna tell us the truth?
Hold your tongue. By all rights, you shouldn't even be allowed to speak with... Those angels from the past are to blame for the reckless renovation of the ley lines here. It's made my work on this occasion infuriatingly complicated.
Work? So trapping us here, making us watch our friends die, that's just another day at work for you?
You clearly have a lot of questions. Fine. As a reward for your remarkable accomplishments over the past, after the physical body dies, the soul must return to the ley lines for that person. My work encompasses the entire process of death, including, naturally, the guiding of souls. You must also be rather familiar with Natlan's Night Kingdom, I presume? It was I who supported the creation of the Night Kingdom. It provided a convenient means of guiding the... Here, too, the ley lines connected to the theater underwent some modifications. The angels hoped to make them capable of accommodating the souls, but this actually hindered their ability to accept ordinary souls. This effect manifested itself after you died from the curse in the theater, leaving you stranded in the afterlife, unable to achieve a complete death. But if souls who die from the curse of death fail to return to the ley lines within a short window of time, they will remain forever suspended between life and death, no longer subject to the authorities of either.
So if you don't resolve this matter soon, and see all our souls return to the ley lines before long.
Mitya is sharp. This must be what Renova was worried might happen, and the reason she got involved to begin with. But if you have the authority to guide souls, why didn't you just show yourself and get it over with? Why hide among us in the form of Alosha?
You seek to understand the mind of a god. There, this is a theater, and I decided I wanted to watch a show about death. That's why I encouraged you to take the events to the stage. I found myself getting quite immersed. I suppose the entertainment you provided makes up for all the trouble you've caused me by being so defiant in the face of death.
O sea, básicamente jugó con ellos, ¿vale?
Can't say I am.
Really? But it fits the stereotypes you humans have about—
Just moments ago, you were complaining about how infuriatingly complicated your work here is. Work is work, I get it. There are times when it's a huge pain, but you just have to get it done, right?
That's a rather unique perspective for a human. You are in fact correct. There is a pain point in this case. Due to the obstruction in the theater's ley lines, there is a hard limit on the number of souls they can receive each day, making it impossible for me to revealing my identity too soon would inevitably have led to futile resistance. And there was a risk that any souls who chose to run would disappear. Then there was the issue of the two lost souls you called the deceased. The way you resolved that quandary was all part of my design.
That's what I don't understand. If all of us were souls of the dead, what made their presence among us special?
For centuries, they have refused to return to the ley lines, exploiting the issues created by the angel civilization to resist being drawn in. Centuries of obsession accumulated during this process. You may think of this obsession as the resentment of the dead, and in this quantity, it reached the point where I could not afford to leave it unchecked. But the only way to fix it was to help them acknowledge their own deaths, make peace with their regrets, and willingly walk into the snowstorm. Only then, with my guidance, could they finally return to the ley lines. Otherwise, you would not like to know what the consequences would have been.
I vaguely remember seeing Patashka, but in the most terrifying form. Was that in a dream? Is that what would have become of her if she hadn't returned to the ley line?
I see your dreams brought you many revelations. So you see, death in fact grants wisdom to mortals. Souls connect to all things in the world and see the chain of cause and effect. But anyway, giving psychological counseling to lost souls, that is more of an angel's role. It was something I could not resolve directly using my authority, so I decided it was easier to leave the... But meanwhile, of course, their presence caused the souls of other members of your party to return to the ley lines each night. As both issues slowly resolved one another without me having to lift a finger, all I had to do was stay close by and keep the situation. And, of course, while I was at it, I thoroughly enjoyed...
Sounds like you had it all figured out, Grim. I just did the math. You said there's a hard limit to the number of souls the ley lines here can receive each day. It's 2, isn't it?
That much is obvious, even to a fool.
It's time to review this whole affair. If the ley lines can only take in 2 people per day, I need to go over the deck.
Ya no puede. ¿Selecciona qué,
Looking
Lord?
back now, none of us had the faintest idea at the time. From the moment that staff member named Dimov walked into the snowstorm, the incident had already begun. Let me go over this again.
¿Era Torgot? Ah, no, esos fueron los primeros que murieron. Fue antes.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice.
Ya.
¿Quién murió primero?
La chava, ¿no?
No.
Bueno, coño, pues si estaban muriendo. Los primeros a morir fueron estos dos de acá. No me jodas.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice.
Ah, ya, entonces.
¿Quién Samplanto Ronova?
Alosha was the second to walk into the snowstorm after Demoff to investigate. During this process, the ruler of death assumed his identity. During our first night in the theater, everyone was caught up in the novelty of it all. No one could have expected there would be victims the very next morning. Despite all the confusion, and with the help of hindsight, we finally began to realize that something was amiss with the snowstorm. The ley lines devoured Torgov and Sobolova on the first night. At the time, we thought this might be a Odette and I spoke a lot that night. 3 people were on watch, but in the morning, we discovered that someone had fallen victim all the same. The deaths of Kulish and Rampana caused unexplainable phenomena occurred one after another, leading... Later, we discovered that there seemed to be an extra person among us, and subsequently discovered the existence of the deceased. Mr. Schramm...
De Schwan sigue... No. Ah, no, sigue el puto ese de atrás.
He thought it was all over, but a lot happened today.
Vale.
The fact that there was more than one deceased seemed to bring us back to square one. Odette revealed some information she had been keeping to herself. Vodianitsa was...
De Boyanitza sigue Mitia. No, pues no pusieron a Mitia.
Mitia did indeed walk into the snowstorm that day. He returned from the ley lines. The void in the ley lines hasn't been filled. So let's rule out Mitia for now.
Bueno, de Mitia queda esta vieja Tonia.
As it happened, the girl I thought was child's sister Tonya turned out to be, come to think of it, and Renova. Unaware that, looking back, I suppose that was an early slip-up on her part. No one could have expected anyone who walked into the snowstorm to return. But just after nightfall, Meteor returned, bringing crucial information with him. Various truths began to surface, including that all of us were already dead, and that the ruler of death was here among us. Then, after revealing her true form, Renova callously claimed 2 souls.
Suganok y la otra. Y solo quedan ellos dos.
Everyone was already dead by the time we took the photo. And in the days since, we've experienced many more partings in the afterlife. Now, Only Mitya and I remain. And the true culprit behind everything still stands before us. That covers everything. It's all—
Your work isn't finished here yet, is it? The Traveler and I are still standing here.
The Water Imp's song threw things off a little. But it is— the ley lines have already anchored your soul. And the first ray of light tomorrow morning will take you back. I, meanwhile, need to review my—
So the reunion in the night that Vodyanitsa mentioned. I suppose that was never meant to be a permanent reunion.
That just leaves you, Traveler. My power only allows me to temporarily separate your soul from your body. The ley line and your soul is firmly anchored to your body by your will. For a descender like you, who is not bound by Tevat's rules. Your death can only be brought through the most violent of means, such as directly destroying either your body or soul. I have no interest in involving myself with descenders. For now. Although, this may change if Asmodee remains missing.
One last question then. All our struggles and sacrifices here.
Death abides no reason. Besides, what you call sacrifice is to me. It is nothing more than a self-indulgent charade in the face of death. Mere mortals fantasizing that their actions could reclaim something from my
Te lo va a quitar.
Grim Reaper, you really know how to get on my nerves.
I'm not here to ingratiate myself with you. I kill merely because your deaths are necessary.
Oh, you've made that quite clear. But humans don't take well to being scorned. Not even by the gods.
Vale, es de tipo rayo. Confirmado, tenemos otro rayero. No le vas a hacer nada.
This is futile. You must know that you are powerless against me in my own domain. I suggest that you save your strength.
For what? Maybe we can't change it. But if nothing else, we can at least teach you to have some respect for the dead.
Audacious.
Nos durmió a todos. Ahora, pero no se explica. Bueno, ella explicó que por las líneas ley, pero no se explica realmente por qué los quiso matar.
What? How much?
What do you mean?
Has Odette already forgot?
¿Cuál fue la razón de crear eso?
Mitya?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't you remember anything?
Yeah, I remember now, comrade. Looks like we guessed right. Just like me when Odette found me at the Armory Palace. For some reason, everyone killed by the ruler of death eventually came back just with one catch. They forgot what happened while
Odette and the others have already forgotten everything. Why were you
Could this be the reason? You said this is the ruler of death's symbol, right?
I don't see anything there.
You don't? Huh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I carved this into my hand in the afterlife, so it's not visible in the physical world. Does that mean I carved this symbol into my soul? What an unsettling thought. Still, at least I get to remember what happened. I suppose it's a blessing. What about you, though? The ruler of death mentioned that you're a descender?
A full explanation would get complicated very quickly. But that's...
Well then, now that it's all over, let's figure out what we've learned. The first thing I notice is that everything here is precisely as we left it, right before our deaths. This confirms that time passes differently in the...
They say that right before death, time slows down, and your whole life flashes before your eyes.
That must be how you know you have one foot in the afterlife by that point. Anyway, clearly the few days we spent in the afterlife probably only amounted to a few short minutes in the real... This also aligns with previous reports of widespread temporary memory loss among the Armory Palace personnel. Now it seems likely that those were all brief deaths caused by the Grim Reaper's so-called curse of death. To those unaware of the truth, dying and coming back to life must feel similar to a short bout of catatonia. This leaves me with a couple big questions. What are the conditions that trigger this so-called curse of death? And why are we
If nothing else, I think it shows that killing us wasn't her ultimate goal.
Right. This time only got complicated because of the situation with the theater's ley lines. That's why she had to approach it differently. If the previous incidents of amnesia among the researchers are anything... Come to think of it, wasn't I about to note something? I can't remember what it was, but I think it was something related to my... Sorry, Traveler. I'll catch up with you again later. Right now...
Sir, if I may, no one of your description has ever shown up in my... Yet, you two seem very familiar with each other. Could you perhaps tell... And, by the way, have we ever crossed paths? Forgive the presumptuousness, but...
I can explain everything. Could you help me?
Vale, y ahora viene el desenlace, ¿no? Hay que ir a ver a Paimon y ver que eres madre de...
Shuganoff really is going to shut down the factory. I guess this theater incident actually did. So, you said I promised to take you to the Armory Palace while we were in the afterlife, yes? I believe you. I think I even have a vague memory of it. Agreed. Let's check in on her first. The whole reason for our trip to the
Ya viene yo creo el gran final, ¿vale? De la primera parte. Aquí es donde la va a encontrar y la quiere matar o algo le quiere hacer. Chan, chan, chan.
I'm finally back, even though a long time has passed from my perspective. I should keep my emotions in check when I see Paimon again, or it'll seem weird.
Wait. The atmosphere here feels off. Shh. Stay quiet.
Have we still not been able to notify Child yet? We need new orders. What if that person comes... I'm so sorry.
Tell me, what happened to
It was the Jester. He came here in He's the director of the Fatui. His authority supersedes all others and cannot be questioned.
How long ago did he leave? And what was...
It was about an hour ago. Miss Paimon was fast asleep at the time. The Jester simply walked off with her as if it was only natural.
Do you know where they...
The Armory Palace, most likely. Lord Piero, the Jester, has been overseeing the experiments there lately. I'm surprised he came in person. Whatever his reason for taking Paimon, he'll most likely return to the Armory Palace first. Which is
Then lead the way, Odette.
Okay, let's... It's just up ahead.
No, I'll go alone. You know I'm planning to force my way in. You're with the Fatui.
I was hardly planning on taking you through the official channels anyway.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. Valió madre todo.
I may be a Fatus, but I'm also Lelek. Enemy. Paimon's safety is paramount right now. With me around, you'll have an extra pair of hands. There might be devices inside that are easier for an insider to deal with.
If you say so.
Let's go. There's no time.
Cállate, Cristóbal. No me chantees el...
Hey, who are you? This part of the Armory Palace is under restricted access. What do you think you're doing?
No questions, please. We're short on time.
Let's test my hypothesis.
Nadie toca a mi Paimon. Me recordó a Vegeta, weón.
Let's begin. Emerge. Right here.
A lo mejor la estaba protegiendo. Lo más seguro que la estaba protegiendo él.
The snowflakes. Take a break.
Porque para matarla y usarla ya la hubiera robado desde cuando.
Fear the coming storm. A brief breath. Go.
A spot of tea-time entertainment.
I'm always watching. Emerge, right here. Emerge.
Están duros estos, Están tan...
Swan's grace. Pirouette. Orders given. Orders received.
Your Majesty, I still...
Venga. ¿Qué me tienen que contar?
Together.
You have a back. Where are you coming from? So, you're intruders, huh? Don't blame me for what happens next!
Yeah.
The Armory Palace is hidden this deep in? This place is much bigger than I imagined.
They're conducting top-secret research after all. The deeper it's hidden, the better, is standard Fatui logic.
Ah, mira a dónde vamos, curiosamente.
The style doesn't really look like the Fatui's handiwork, though.
They must have requisitioned some structures from a past civilization. It also serves as a bit of a disguise.
Looks like intruders! Stay alert!
Rise. Opening box of Adeptitrix.
Intruders?
Don't come any closer! Just what are you guys trying to do here?
I'm sure it's your skull! The snowflakes. Emerge, right now. Emerge. Go. What a joke!
No one interferes with the Jester's work!
Basura, quítate de mi enfrente.
Looks like no one's guarding this place.
There's something off about that decoration over there. Look out!
Let's deal with these before we move on.
Come on, keep up. Take a break. How tiresome.
The researchers here probably don't know that we're uninvited guests. Let's try not to hurt them.
What's the big star from the theater doing here?
That's Miss Odette. She's a member of the Fatui. Don't tell me you didn't know that.
Take a break.
Was the whole reason for Project Stuja to support the research here at the Armory Palace? Just what are the Fatui and the Tsaritsa planning?
Whoa! Who are you? Never seen you around here before.
Looks like there's no way through here.
Maybe using the power of this prism could help?
I think I see some images.
It's the prism's power at play, causing images of the past to reappear, albeit only as illusions.
Paimon. And the Jester. Is this another scene from the past?
Yes. It looks quite old, though. I don't think it happened in the recent past.
¿Pero qué coño hace Paimon con él?
What's going on here? What happened?
The source seems to be the Armory Palace. They must have started some large-scale experiment.
Wait, what if this has something to do with Paimon? We need to hurry!
Take a break.
We're almost there. The Armory Palace is just up ahead.
Paimon, please be okay.
Together.
Mission.
Right here, right now. A sight to behold. We are one.
sacred name, fortune.
How tiresome. Pick up the pace.
What's going on? Wait, I remember this feeling. It's the curse of death. No, not now. Why is the... Oh, dead.
Mierda, otra vez ya me metí en esa madre, weón.
Is this the afterlife again? I need to find a way back to reality. Is that Odette's core Ignis? Could that be what just woke...
¿Cómo te encanta, joder, Renova?
Odette? Odette! No signs of life. But past experience says that she should be resurrected, but did Odette intentionally use her core Ignis to guide my soul? I feel like Thank you, Odette. If not for you, my soul wouldn't have found its way, but I'm sorry. I don't have time to protect you. I have to use the time you bought.
Ay Dios, dejó a la pobre Odette, qué culo, weón.
Sure enough, everyone here has been affected by the curse of death. Paimon! Paimon! No, wait. Paimon probably didn't escape Renova's curse either. She won't be able to respond to me right now. I'll have to find her myself. Mitya! Is this the laboratory he works in? What happened here to trigger the curse of death again so soon? I'll have to ask him when he wakes up. Finding Paimon has to take priority now. Found her! Paimon really is here!
Mierda, weón. Muy viene el diablo, weón. No, su vestimenta, weón. Toda épica y chichón. ¡Ah! Está súper chichona, weón.
You don't learn, do you? You've already been involved in one mass death, and now you show up at... This might have passed for a coincidence the first time. But a second time? Am I to assume you are intentionally Judging by your expression, it seems that you understand. In that case, a word to the wise. A civilization that fails to learn its lesson constantly depletes its own worth. It will one day lose, and as a descender, you are perfectly suited to be the lifeline to which a dying civilization might desperately cling. Consider your position carefully.
No advice needed. I'll make my own.
Suit yourself. When the day of reckoning arrives, not even a descender... The time for resurrection fast approaches. The mortals here are not yet worthy to behold my...
Uy, se va, ya la vio, mierda. Oh.
That thing is coming with me.
Pierrot. Lo sabía, güey, que era Pierrot, güey. Pierrot la salvó por algo, güey.
You awoke sooner than I thought. The curse of immortality is stubborn, unable to enter the ley lines, yet not content to remain a spirit.
Ruler of death, what do you want?
You perplex me. Both you and you. That thing may be a creation of Celestia, but it possesses none of Celestia's power, let alone authority. Your obsession with it baffles me. No matter, the resurrection will soon begin. It's worthless anyway. I'll reclaim it next time.
Uy, alguien se acaba de enojar porque le dijeron cosas de su amiga.
There will be a next time.
¡Vamos, loco! Por lo menos deja la herida, coño. Puta, ya sí con eso no le hizo nada. No sé cómo le va a hacer, bro. Verga, sí la lastimó, bro. Ya se cansó. Hora de dejar de jugar, muchacho. Mierda, bro.
I missed you, Paimon.
What are you talking about? We haven't even been apart for that.
It was... you seemed to...
Yeah, Paimon's back in tip-top condition. It's the weirdest thing. The jester and that guy talking to him used some kind of energy on Paimon. And she could kind of feel it canceling out that other thing that was making her feel unwell.
So, Mitya helped too?
Apologies for leaving in such a hurry at the theater earlier. I was in a rush to verify some theories. Rest assured that your companion is perfectly safe. We reversed the effects that the experimental energy had on her. The jester...
I suppose this is our first official meeting, Traveler. I could not let Paimon suffer in her condition for a moment longer. and so I simply took her without explanation. I hope...
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. ¿Por qué será que no deben dejar que la vean?
Porque no están muertos, no los pueden ver. Supone que no están muertos, los muertos no son los únicos que deberían poder verla.
As I said when you first arrived in Snezhnaya, we once spent some time together.
Oh yeah, you did mention that. Paimon did think you seemed strangely familiar the first time we met.
I'm afraid the reminiscing will have to wait. Mitya, let us continue with the report. What conclusions, if any?
The good news is, my hypothesis regarding the ruler of death has been verified. As for the bad news, I recommend we suspend the experiments and Project Mistleton until further notice. Currently, we have no means with which to make a breakthrough. I say this purely as a scientist, guided by reason alone.
I will trust your judgment. We shall put the project on hold until the...
Wait, what are you guys talking about? You want to get rid of Renova? Like, how? By killing her?
By whatever means necessary, so long as it removes the threat she poses to us. Until then, everything we do will be in vain. After what just happened, I've ascertained Renova's goal. Or rather, the trigger condition for the Curse of Death.
Okay, let's hear it.
What she's doing is blocking Snezhnaya's technological progress, preventing us from possessing any means with which to threaten the heavenly principle.
Just like the little lapdog she is.
So, any ideas, research, or experiments that lead to technological progress can trigger the curse. Just now, for instance, I was set to launch a final phase energy experiment ahead of schedule. If the experiment was successful, we could have achieved a crucial breakthrough. As expected, though, the moment the experiment began, all the researchers, technicians, and witnesses died from the curse. All that effort, not to mention the energy and materials we relied on Project Snezhnaya to gather for us, went to waste. In the end, nothing was gained.
Does that mean something similar happened when we were at the theater?
That's right. During the performance, I thought of an important breakthrough regarding the experiment, and wound up dragging everyone into this. So the nature of the curse seems to be something like... when moments of technological progress occur, all life in the vicinity...
What a vile...
Of course, that meant the curse was normally limited to the Armory Palace. Since outsiders are forbidden from entering, this mass death phenomenon went unnoticed. Until Odette came along. I believe she was the first witness. The curse of death was triggered just before she...
But you mentioned something about a final stage experiment. Doesn't that mean you've actually made some progress?
That's right. Even with the gods locking certain key components out of reach, humanity can still advance technology in incremental steps accumulated over time. But, as I'm sure Renova anticipated, even incremental progress has its limits. A point where the truth you're seeking must be put to the test in an experiment.
You mean the experiment you were just about to do?
Yes, we were at a critical juncture, a moment where the quantitative was about to translate into fundamental qualitative change. With this single experiment, we could have brought everything we've worked for to fruition. But now, after already being forced to fumble around in the dark all this time, it feels like we've truly hit. As long as Renova's curse of death persists, we won't be able to advance the experiment or obtain any results.
And with Project Snezhnaya having been in effect all this time, at our nation's current strength, repeated trial and error is simply unsustainable. Only by eliminating Renova first.
But she's the ruler of death! She can just kill whoever she wants, right? That's gotta be the scariest power ever! Is it even possible to beat her?
We'll see. But one thing's for sure. She definitely can't just do whatever she wants. The best proof of that is me, standing here, very much alive.
You're saying...
Wouldn't it be easier to just kill all of us researchers for good? Why resurrect us over and over again? Why let us advance our technology to this point?
So, you're saying even the ruler of death has...
Exactly. And I think that's where...
Regardless, the ruler of death has always been an obstacle we must overcome. Indeed, we must face life, death, time, and our goal.
The Fatui want to challenge the Heavenly Prince.
For a long time, I've had a vague suspicion the Fatui and the Tsaritsa, but hearing the Jester admit it is still a shock. No wonder the Tsaritsa's goal has always been kept a secret from the people. What kind of road will that lead Snezhnaya?
In that case... Lord Jester, I would like to request some leave. I'd like some time to organize my thoughts and go over the data.
Granted. Get some rest, put the experiment out of your mind, and take care that the curse...
Por eso no avanzan tecnológicamente, ¿vale? Ella lo que hace es que cada vez que descubren algo, y lo acaba de decir ahorita ese güey, ella aparece, controla el tiempo, les borra la memoria y bye bye. Le caga todo. Básicamente así se activa la maldición. O sea, tiene como un autoactivado. Ronova tiene un autoactivado. Se activa cuando ellos descubren algo que va a mejorar la vida, por ejemplo, más allá de donde debe ser. ¿Qué es ese más allá que debe ser? Que inventen, por ejemplo, un...
y cansare your stream in a kick community. Braska me dice, Torrich 1k followers and 500 y active, viewers and consistent subs. Braska me dice, add me on Discord Gorprof 22.
La maldición funciona así, Chris. Ahorita vamos a ver qué nos dice Pierro. Si yo invento un cohete capaz de destruir a Celestia o matar a un celestial, se activa la maldición. ¿Qué hace esa maldición? Entra en invernación todo lo que está alrededor y como que ella puede borrar. ¿Cómo lo hará? No sé, pero borra los recuerdos ya de la gente. Los borra. Entonces, los vuelve a revivir y la gente no se pasó nada, no sé nada. Si te fijaste, eso fue lo que pasó con Odette y los demás.
Cristo Valgamer.
No se acordaban, ¿vale?
Dice.
Ahora.
Sí sé.
¿Por qué no los mata? Es fácil deducirlo. Al menos para mí es eso. Ella lo dijo. Ella lo dijo claro. Yo soy la gobernante de la muerte, pero no soy gobernante de la vida. Es decir, no puedo quitarla.
Cristo Valgamer. Dice. No debe tener la autoridad para hacerlo.
Ella no tiene la autoridad para quitar una vida. El único que tiene autoridad para quitar una vida es el tiempo. ¿Vale? Porque tiene autoridad porque pasa el tiempo y se muere la gente, cambian las cosas. Él es el único que puede. ¿Vale? La del tiempo es la única. Entonces, Runova está encargada o está empecinada en proteger a Celestia de tal manera. Ya sabemos que la de la vida la lleva la mamá de Albedo, con lo cual no se va a meter en pedo. ¿Ya? No se va a meter en ningún pedo. Y la del tiempo la lleva la otra, pero la del tiempo parece ser muy perezosa. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué pienso que es perezosa? Porque ya lo hemos visto.
Cristo Valgamer.
¿Ven cómo es Venti? Es perezoso,
dice,
¿vale?
Por lo que se ve, las sombras son muy estrictas de sus reglas, aunque Rinedotir quizás es la más loca o que se puede revelar.
Entonces, y por último, ella lo dijo en la conversación que tuvieron en el teatro. Yo no puedo matarlos a menos que ellos crucen más allá de lo normal. Es decir, que ellos se mueran. O sea, te acabe tu tiempo de vida. Entonces yo vengo, recojo tu alma y me la llevo al ¿cómo se llama? A las líneas ley, ¿vale? Básicamente eso es. ¿Por qué no la pueden ver? Porque no la deberían de ver, porque se supone que ella es una entidad, un dios. Al saber que hay un dios, ¿qué pasaría? ¿Qué pasa cuando existe? Por ejemplo, te lo voy a poner más fácil y estoy blasfemando, ¿vale? No debo decir esto, pero estoy blasfemando. Y de antemano, mis creencias allá con el alto que está en los cielos, ¿vale? Imagínate que baja Dios, se presenta en carne en el mundo hoy y dice: yo soy Dios. ¿Qué va a pasar? La gente se va a volver loca.
Valgamer.
Se va a volver loca,
dice,
pues.
Alto que me quizás no lo pensaste, pero cuando menciono a Asmodei, por lo que se dio a entender, ella es básicamente la sombra más poderosa porque es la encargada de prácticamente pelear contra cualquier ser que venga de otro mundo.
Sí. Igual le dijo a él, no te puedo matar, dice, las únicas dos formas en que te puedo matar es destruyendo tu alma o tu cuerpo. O sea, sí lo puede matar, pero no estoy obligada a matarte. Básicamente lo que le dijo, no estoy obligada a matarte, yo no puedo matarte, ¿vale? Porque tú no entras dentro de mis reglas. Por eso eres el clavo que desata todos los desmadres.
Cristóbal Gamer dice, y que Asmodei tenía que encargarse de ese trabajo.
Básicamente, ahora, ahí nos quedó una incógnita, porque, bueno, nos salió una duda que ya no la sacaron, ya la duda ya salió con una verdad. Y nos quedó una segunda duda, ¿vale?
Dice, prácticamente Asmodei es la frontera que ella controla.
Ya nos dijeron que Paimon sí pertenece a Celestia. Algo. Y ya sabíamos que pertenecía a Celestia, lo intuíamos por los sellos y la chingada de todo. Pero ella dice, claro, esa cosa es una aberración, no sé de dónde salió, pero me la voy a llevar. ¿Por qué llevarse algo que ella considera una aberración? Porque considera que no tiene poder, ni siquiera tiene autoridad, dice, de poder celestial o algo así. Entonces, puede que Paimon haya sido la creación de alguna sombra. Puede que sea la creación de alguna sombra o el hijo de una sombra. O, ahí te va, el hijo de un ser celestial. O que tenga la posibilidad
Cristóbal Gamer
de
dice,
ascender.
O el propio fans.
Para mí, Paimon es, por lo que más o menos he visto hasta ahorita, para mí Paimon no es fanes. Para mí Paimon es una, ¿cómo le llaman a eso cuando le llaman? Una variable que no controla, que no debió ser creada
Cristóbal Gamer
por Celestia.
Dice, es que tiene una corona, quizás tiene una relación muy cercana.
Ahí te va. Mi conclusión hasta ahorita es una aberración, es una creación, no sabemos por qué fue creada, pero aunque no tiene autoridad, no significa que no la pueda tener mañana. Significa que al ser una variable, puede tomar el valor de cualquiera de las sombras, o inclusive puede tomar el valor del propio, como tú lo dijiste, de Fanes. ¿Ya? Para mí, ¿qué es eso? Pero bueno, nos irán explicando. Vamos a ver qué dice Pierro.
While there is yet time, allow me to offer you my hospitality, honored guest of...
I remember hearing the term Mistleton from Columbina.
Yeah! Paimon wanted to ask about that when the name came up just now. What is it? Paimon's heard of Project Stuja, but not this one.
As you know, Project Stuja is a series of measures enacted to consolidate our nation's resources, the greater purpose of which many of the things you have encountered thus far are essentially for the... This includes the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau in Nodtrai. Researching Kuvaki was merely a facade. Its core objective was to use local resources and research findings to...
And that's a weapon built for the final battle against the Heavenly Principle.
Huh?
I was given some intel, and I made some deductions.
Wait. You must mean that thing over there. Oh, Paimon's gotta take a closer look at this thing. Especially after you guys sent so many people to...
Kuvaki alone will not break through Celestia's defenses, let alone challenge the Heavenly. The Heavenly Principles are no doubt accustomed to combating the power of the Light Realm, and elemental energy is simply the power of the human realm, converted to that form by the Heavenly Principles themselves. For now, therefore, we have set our sights on the form of energy associated with the Third Descender and the Stellar Linchpins. This may hold the potential to allow Mistleton, you could say, that by reverse engineering the stellar linchpins to extract the energy within, we have obtained a source of anti-Celestia energy.
Cristóbal Gamer dice, prácticamente para enfrentar a un defendido necesitas el poder de otro descendido.
So, Project Mistleton is what ties it all together. And it looks like your plan is almost complete. No wonder the ruler of death came after you.
Her Majesty the Tsaritsa has embarked upon an expedition to vanquish a monster. Were it not for this,
Seems like the powers that be in Snezhnaya don't intend to hold my past conflicts with the Fatui.
The Harbingers have been granted significant autonomy in retrieving the Gnosis. But by the same token, they do not completely
You read my mind.
Speaking of the Gnosis, Paimon's been dying to ask this question since forever. What exactly?
The Gnosis will undoubtedly serve as a key bargaining chip when she confronts the heavenly principles. Beyond that, you had best ask the Tsaritsa.
What do you mean? Not sure. Don't you make the rules?
Taking on the heavenly principles is something most people wouldn't even entertain in their wildest fantasies. Why is the Tsaritsa so fixated on this?
Intervat today. Civilization is nothing but an illusion. Our civilization may very well be destroyed in the struggle, but as things stand, the heavenly principles could choose to negate our existence on up only by changing the state of affairs. Only by overthrowing the heavenly principles can our civilization. Otherwise, the fate of the people of Conria and Hyperborea is a cycle doomed.
Accepting potential destruction.
Furthermore, perhaps this is still somewhat difficult for you.
Huh? All of them? Paimon knows about the curse of death you mentioned, and the curse of immortality.
Then the birth of the Hilichurls, the rules of Natlan's Ode of Resurrection. Those are curses too? Farina's long life seems to stem from a curse placed on her by Focalor as well.
Yes. Even a god's love for humanity is a curse the heaven.
What?
The Tsaritsa has always had ample reason to hate the heavenly. If she can seize their authority, she will reconstruct the entire world, and look forward to it. It will be a world beyond your... Though the ordinary people of Snezhnaya may not understand these details, in this frigid land locked in a ceaseless struggle against the environment, we all believe that standing in solidarity with the Tsaritsa in our shared struggle will surely usher in a new and
Cristóbal Gamer dice, y curiosamente la Zarina es la arconte del amor.
Paimon really doesn't remember. He's basically a stranger. You gotta believe Paimon.
Allow me to explain. The reason Paimon reacted to the anti-Celestia energy is because she comes from Celestia herself. More specifically,
Paimon? A creation of Celestia?
Oh, right. I was blinded by anger earlier, but thinking back on it, Renova also said that Paimon is a creation of Celestia.
as you know, the lunar fragments in Nodcry were pulled down from the sky using Fatui technology. But the first application of this technology was in Conria over 500 years ago. I used this technology upon the heavens, and the response I received was none other than Paimon, descending from Celestia.
Ay, mierda, ellos lo robaron de Celestia.
I presented her to the Vinster King, but he took no interest in this gift, nor did it satisfy him. Paimon then took up temporary residence in my palace until, of course, the arrival of the Cataclysm.
Wait, Paimon's a little confused. You're talking about things that happened in Conria 500 years ago. You're saying
Having lived through the cataclysm, perhaps you too were burdened with some manner of curse. Although, losing your memories...
But it's not just her memories from Conria. Paimon doesn't even know how she spent the last 500 years. She only has memories from the past few years. No matter, what was Paimon like back in Conria? Did she know a whole lot because she came from Celestia?
Unfortunately, when you arrived in Conria, your consciousness was like that of a newborn infant. None could say what kind of being you once were, and during the time you lived in Conria, your personality was no different from how it is now.
Se mamó el viajero, dice. Mira esa mamada, Cristóbal, tengo que sacarle clip, güey. Dice, en el tiempo que viviste en guerra, tu forma de ser no era muy diferente a la de ahora. Y dice el viajero, no me extraña que el rey Vinter no te quisiera, dice. Se mamó, güey. Puto viajero, güey. Qué culo, güey. No, no le haces eso a un compadre, güey. La acaba de trolear horriblemente.
Even though Paimon lost her memories, she still feels weirdly close to you for some reason. That must mean you took...
On the contrary, I completely ignored your existence. I was entirely focused on my struggle against Troptatier the Wise. But now, as I see it, it is as if you are the only sane thing that survived that era of insanity.
Noted. Man, Paimon's gotta stop projecting friendship on everyone she meets. But, Traveler? Even though you know Paimon's some creation of Celestia now, you still want her, right? You're not going to abandon her?
Oh, pobrecita. Claro que no, Paimon.
Phew! That's a relief. Paimon's just learning about this, too. She's barely even processed it.
Thank you for telling me so much. I'm a bit surprised, honestly. I didn't
Given the circumstances, the Fatui need not hide.
Allies?
To advance Project Mistleton, we must first resolve our issue with the Ruler of Death. And, if I presume correctly...
That's right. Ever since she said she intends to reclaim Paimon when we next meet, I figured reconciliation was out of the question.
¿A qué hora dijo que recuperaría la próxima vez a Paimon? No dijo que se la llevaría, no dijo que le iba a recoger.
Against an opponent of this caliber, deliberating over our allegiances would waste time we do not have.
Cristóbal Gamer dice, de hecho
with
sí.
whomever we can, if we are to stand anything like a fighting chance.
You're going to challenge the Ruler of Death? Just for Paimon?
Cristóbal Gamer dice, dijo que como iban a despertar esos iba a volver para recuperar a Paimon. Cristóbal Gamer dice, en otra ocasión,
Fatui shall hold internal discussions regarding the enemy. The time for us to meet again will come very soon.
Got it. Thanks for your help with Paimon. I'll be sure to look at...
There was just one other thing. Well, just a request, really. Paimon really wants to see... Of course, Paimon knows it's top secret and stuff, but she just had to ask.
Certainly you may.
Oh, for real?
Cristóbal Gamer dice, ¿sabes qué es eso? Hace memoria, lo has visto antes.
It has nevertheless reached the stage where Celestia's creations are unable to damage it. In that regard, you may rest assured.
Oh. Wow. No wonder Paimon felt so out of sorts.
¿Espada? La espada.
Cristóbal Gamer dice: es la lanza de la Serine. Cristóbal Gamer dice: la que se veo en el tráiler.
You look well. Have you recovered?
Long story short, yep, Haimon's all better.
That's right. When I woke up, I wanted to go in after you, but the guards had woken up as well. It would have been tough to take them on a... So, I returned the way I came.
It was thanks to you that my soul found its way back to my body so quickly.
Huh. That actually worked? Nice. I just figured I'd try my luck. Really, you should be thanking this thing instead. Anyway, and now that things here are all taken...
Bueno, la señora nos dio otra oportunidad.
Director Chuganov, you're back. We just received notice that Project Stuzha has been suspended. So this is the preliminary plan. In addition to expanding production capacity, we've also discussed feasible layoff plans to optimize revenue and expenditure structure. Our calculations indicate that the factory's profits will increase by at least 30%. Just give the word.
That won't be necessary. Leave the energy for those who need it. Whether they use it just to get by or to run a business, that's up to... Start preparing to halt production and lay off the staff. Make sure the workers are able to land on their feet and that they are duly...
Am I hearing you right? Why? After all the tough times we made it through...
I just... suddenly don't want to do this anymore. Iskra.
Dear esteemed members of the Rokot, given the effects of Lelik's radical actions upon our organization's reputation and social stability, a decision has been made to permanently withdraw this codename from use. Considering that Lelik did what they did for the benefit of the people, the Rokot has nevertheless negotiated with the authorities, ultimately securing a waiver for all penalties. Lelik will be suspended for a period of time. Depending on their future performance, they may be allowed to adopt a new codename and continue acting as part of the Rokot. The purpose of this notice is to remind everyone once again that motives and methods are equally important. Even with Project Stuzha's suspension and our interim operational victory, we must guard against complacency and rashness and work to consolidate the progress we have. We act only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever.
We act only for the greater glory and solidarity.
You mean for us?
Just thinking out loud. I've never seen the Snezhnaya Vetchas.
I never once thought I'd come here. But I understand everything now, Rosaline.
Uy, mierda. ¿Van a revivir? Sí, dime que la van a revivir, weón. Dímelo. Dímelo. Yo quiero que vuelva Rosaline.
I've seen Spirit Seeker performed many times, including by your mother.
Why do you bring that up all of a sudden?
Even though the choreography is always identical, every dancer finds a way to make it her own.
So you actually want to talk to me about ballet?
O bueno, a lo mejor nada más una representación de lo que
I just
pensó.
think it would be a pity if the dance was lost to history. She didn't teach it to you, did she?
That was an unusually subtle taunt for you.
We embraced one another on the snow-swept plains, melting the ruthlessness of time. But when our bodies, in pieces, are cast to the winds, what of our love will remain behind?
Don't tell me you can't sing.
Shush. I understand her hatred. The Fatui robbed her of the life she should have had. I never opposed her dancing. Yet still I became an enemy of her ballet. I'll just keep my distance. Many despise me. I'm used to it.
You're certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. But children, they need a different approach.
I'm hardly the most maternal figure.
Yet she is a child. In my experience, while a father commands authority, he must still yield to love. You should tell her what you think about her dancing. Odette will soon take the stage at the Korylevsky Theater. This could be your chance.
Geonosis secured. It went smoothly. I'll be there. Have them send me an invitation.
Sadly, things didn't work out. Her final words are inside that block of ice.
This? Aren't these for monitoring her subordinates?
Not yours. This one isn't her witch's flame, but my two worlds' flames. The two worlds' flames can burn away memories. It was my parting gift to Rosaline.
If all goes to plan, she and I will both live to see the Tsaritsa succeed. I believe she'll find peace. But if anything happens to me, she needn't follow in my footsteps. The cryo-energy will fade away in time. Then the two worlds' flames will burn away all memories of the Fatui. She'll be free to dance. She deserves this.
I will handle the aftermath. The choice is yours, child.
Cristóbal Gamer dice: ya por fin es libre.
Algo así.
Paimon's head isn't spinning anymore, and the fever's all gone. Paimon's finally free to fly again.
Ya volvió nuestra Paimon chillona.
It's nice to finally know where Paimon came from, too. Who cares if Paimon's a creation of Celestia? She's probably not anyone that important. Probably just... And like you said, this doesn't have to change anything between us. You're not gonna just...
You've spent the last few days lying in bed and stuffing your face. I didn't think you'd be able to fly this fast.
Says who? Paimon's as agile as ever. They don't call her White Floaty for nothing. Paimon originally wanted to check out the bookstores in Snezhnaya, but she's more in the mood for flying around right now, so let's save that for later. Wait, they've got light novels from Yai Publishing House here too. Huh? And this is Paimon's The local Snezhnaya books look pretty interesting too, but...
I thought you were in the mood for flying around.
Paimon can read while she flies. Hey! Look at these two dolls! Which do you like better? Alright! Boss?
Oh, I thought we were only getting one.
There you are. Thank...
Paimon will grab this and... Huh?
Matryoshka. Tienen dentro.
How many layers does this thing have? It... A whole bunch of people are gathered over by the plaza. Hey, look! That looks like...
I know that.
Ahí está su hermana.
Of course. If it isn't Paimon and my old...
Yeah! The Jester knew what was wrong and fixed Paimon right up. Thanks for sending someone to keep Paimon sick.
Oh, yeah. About that. That was... kind of embarrassing. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Tonya.
Hello, Tonya.
Hello, hello. Firstly, I'm really sorry about my brother.
Hey now, why'd you have to start with that?
So she's the real Tonya.
She said you two didn't manage to meet up at the theater. She waited ages for me, and when I didn't show, she got a little worried and went outside.
I know, right? He didn't bother to say a word to me. I searched up and down the city for him, and he only told me about it.
I've been rushed off my feet lately, so I didn't get the chance to go home. I just figured the Traveler would fill you in when he got there.
Well, the snow was bad, and you're never late. So I was really worried about you. How was I supposed to know that you'd stood me up?
I'm sorry, Tonya. I really am. I'll make it up to you somehow.
Although the mix-up led to a series of misunderstandings, it's probably for the best that the real Tonya didn't get caught up in. Besides, it's obvious that Tartaglia isn't usually one to break a promise. He only gave his ticket to me because he had to look into Lelik.
No, it's fine. It just meant I didn't get to see the show in the end. By the way...
The best is yet to...
Huh? What kind of review is that? Hey,
Ay, mierda, ya regresó el diablo. Verga, los chichones, weón. Puta, hasta la... Se me fue la boca, weón. Ay, viene con sus dos comandantes. ¿Qué le pusieron trama a la vieja, güey? Duro el asunto. O sea que ya puede entrar a ver la salida y le decir, mamachota, me voy a poner en tu pecho. No va. No puede entrar, se lo va. La segunda parte estuvo más o menos, la verdad. Pero la primera sí es de hueva, hermano. Otra vez lo volvieron a hacer, weón. Es de súper mega hueva.
Cristóbal Gamer dice: https utubiri 2zcmcbrm9 sior 9 may 8 b 8 lu 3 ai 1 vt es la misma lanza.
Ah, bueno, me faltan menos. Yo me faltan menos. Está duro el asunto. Está duro el asunto.
heard that the rules that
Cristóbal
govern this
Gamer
world
dice,
are all essentially
mira más al
curses.
final.
Do hope you truly understand the nature of the game
Esto no
you're
apareció,
playing.
Eso sí no apareció, es lo único que no apareció.
Good move.
Cristóbal Gamer dice,
Still,
no tanto.
Death is not the enemy of love. Was freezing to death. Death is not the enemy of love. The real enemy is the blessings given by deluded gods.
Eso tampoco apareció.
Drowning person. Nor give the illusion of warmth to out. Whether it was
Cristóbal Gamer dice, entonces usará esa arma contra la Ronova.
I almost doubt. And then principle spoiled our love. It was ever. Person. The real enemy is the blessings given by deluded God.
Ah, cabrón. Bueno, lo único que sé es que ya terminamos la historia. Ya va a empezar farmeo intenso, ya sabemos. Así que nada. Por aquí lo vamos a dejar. Nos vemos mañanita. Se cuida. Un fuerte beso. Un fuerte abrazo. Y nos vemos la próxima. Ya mañana les subo los videos. De todo
Cristóbal
esto,
Gamer
¿vale? Así que nada. Nos vemos.
dice,
Bye.
bye.